I like beans. Person can't give me ewa going. I can't chop ewa going. You can't say but you talk say na normal beans like why you can't eat ewa going? Because I still say I like this one. No. Pass this one. You know me say I said two. It means I prefer this one to even this one. No, you know said two. It was his choice.
Because before he talk say see what I want. Okay, let me use physical attribute.
Exactly.
I want babe we get big butt. Babe we get they won't come marry slim babe.
Maybe the sleep.
Maybe wear black. Maybe and before now fair girls they get big butt.
But imagine calm down. If he be say he see something for that slim babe. When you know
but
say
the makes him say he compromise standard.
No, he not compromise. He upgrade himself. He not be compromise.
You know what?
He compromise. No. Not think am like that. He not compromise anything.
Okay, so why is he chasing? Why is he flirting with that his spec outside?
They will not be like,
why is he flirting with his spec?
His spec outside.
Yes.
They will not be
No, I
like,
don't
look at
understand what you're
Like you get like
after
when you
don't
open
come
a
marry
mirror
that
and
one.
you know you flirting with his spec outside.
To see that one.
Why?
That's a different topic that we cannot delve into now.
Okay, good.
Men naturally, no matter what,
They like
are
variety.
promiscuous by nature.
How? Who
We have discussed this issue.
We don't
Sheyi.
discuss them before. Now I say more not delve into this thing.
Who nature?
More not delve into deeply.
Who nature?
Let's not go into it.
There is a very high probability
There's no
for a
problem. We're
man,
not
even a
going to
married
go
man,
into
to still look outside at the
We're
end
not
of the
going
day.
to it.
Because men, our
A
eye know
loose
they stay
man.
one place.
A loose
Now
man.
so it dey be. No, not a loose man. Now so it dey be. It takes the grace of God, serious grace of God. Serious grace of God.
It's not because
For
of, it's
a
not
man.
because of religious belief.
I dey
Like
tell you,
serious
say
grace
that
of
It's not
God.
because of religious belief. It's not because of religious belief and then some form of morality. No be lie. Virtually all men.
Oh, that's like
going to do
inbuilt.
it.
Like
It's-
inbuilt.
It's going to, I'm not saying it's
No,
not
so why
God.
is it there now?
No.
So why is it there? Why is it there?
It's not.
I agree.
I'm
It
telling
is
you.
inbuilt.
Sheyi.
It just
For me,
depends
built
on
you.
the man's character and the way he's willing to discipline
That's where I
himself.
want to come
Wrong.
from.
And the percentage of men who are willing to discipline themselves that way is very, 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 very low.
So you're trying
Now,
to tell
I'm
me
not saying
that
there
it's a
are such
natural
men
thing.
that exist.
No, like
too.
you're trying to say it's a
That's-
natural thing. So it now
It's a
takes a
natural
man
thing.
with extra effort to actually overcome that
My
natural.
Yes.
Yes.
It's true.
Very, very true.
Very true.
What
Very
me-
true, Korode.
What me I want to say is that all this one that you're saying men,
Well, let's not
human,
leave the main topic.
That's the
human,
thing.
as a woman too, as a
That
man,
that
it's
thing is
human's
there.
nature to want to I don't
So
know
it's
how
both
to say
of
it.
Explore,
It's
explore.
like
Oh,
to
yeah.
explore.
So let's come back
For
to the main
you
topic.
as a personal, it's just like, do you not think of bad things?
Yes, we all do.
We all do.
Good.
Do you do them?
No.
So it's not gender based.
So it's not gender based.
No.
It's
Korede,
it's
what's the
just
ratio?
an
What's
individual.
the ratio of married women who cheat?
No, that
Like wait. Like to you, like how many percentage of
I
married
don't
women?
know.
see.
No, like
Women
based
are- women are more
no,
disciplined
not
than
different.
men.
Based on the
Men.
experiences the little
Men.
experience you have,
Oh, Jesus.
from what
To
you've
men.
seen so far.
To men.
Yes, ratio of women to
What
men.
me I've been hearing, I think it's even 50-50 or 60-40.
No, right now, yes. Because
Right
right
now,
now,
maybe
before.
50-50.
Let's use before.
Before,
Yes.
because people are like, oh, this thing, oh, you know, as a married woman, maybe it was like maybe 30 to, you know, or
70.
40 to
60.
60, you understand? But now with
Now
what
it's
is
50,
going on,
50.
with
Yeah.
what we are hearing
Whoa.
Yeah.
out there,
Whoa.
True.
we are
You
not-
just
we are
wake
not-
up and all your
Do you
kids are not even your own. And you think
Do you
you've been cheating.
understand?
Yeah.
So that's why I said that it's not gender based. That cheating thing is not gender based.
It's just
not
that-
like this thing. But you as an individual,
Exactly.
you're going to make the decision that no, I don't want to cheat. And that was why I gave the example. That we all think of bad things in
It's
our,
not that
by
easy.
ourselves. Do you understand?
For a man.
But
For
you
a
know,
man.
do we all do
See,
we do
I'm a
that?
man, I know what I'm
No,
saying. It doesn't mean that me I will
because
cheat
we
if I
have
get married.
it's an inbuilt.
But
We
me, I
have
know
the
what I'm saying.
morality
If you
that
cheat now,
that,
you
that
cheat if you
corrects
get
that no, you cannot do this.
No, not really. Not really.
Okay, so
Okay,
let's
we
come
need
back
to
to the main
discuss that
topic.
later.
Not really.
We need to discuss
Let's come back to the
that.
main
We discussed
topic.
that deal about
Yes.
not really. No.
To the main
I
topic.
didn't
I
To
hear
the
don't
main
agree with
topic.
you. I don't agree with
Now
you.
we're coming back to the main topic.
The main topic, back to the main topic. I was saying that men don't drop their standards no matter how old they
They
get.
do. They do.
If men drop
To
their
the
standards,
last,
you won't see
they
60-year-old men getting married to 20-something-year-old babes.
They
Wrong.
do.
You
They
won't.
do.
You won't see
See,
40-something-year-old.
Wait, do you think he's
you will
getting
see
married to the
40-something-year-old
20-year-old
guy.
girl because
When
that's
not be say you get
standard.
money like that, but you go say I go marry better 26, 27-year-old babe. Where you go look and say, guy, how you take get this babe?
No. No.
Are you trying to say the guy? Men don't settle.
Men settle.
Men
No.
settle.
Men settle
I cannot
a
even agree
lot.
for that one. Men don't
Men
settle.
settle a lot.
What I would say is
now, like,
the preference for men change.
so
Not
which
that
one-
they settle.
Why are we
What
using
of
different
women?
diction? Why are we changing?
Why are we changing the-
Why
why
are we
are we
like
changing the-
settle
you know
and
what?
preference?
No. There's
Why
a
we-
di-
why
Why are we saying
there
settle
are two
and
different
preference?
words. Settling
What
and
influences
preference.
preference?
When it
to
comes
make
when it
Yes,
comes to men,
preference.
it's
We all have-
preference. When it comes to
Men
women, it's
settle.
settling.
Men
Yeah.
settle.
Why is the
Men-
diction changing for men and
settle.
women?
No.
Men settle.
Dic-
Women settle.
Why
Men
is the
don't
language
settle.
changing?
Men don't settle.
Men
That
settle
one,
more than
men
women.
settle.
Hey! Stop
I
it!
don't even know that
Kai.
one. But I know that men settle.
Men.
Kai, Erica, stop it.
I
Kai!
know.
Kai! Stop that one, stop
Men
that.
Men
settle.
settle.
That's the
Men
word.
Men settle.
Men
Me, I
settle.
feel men.
Do you know that it's appalling? It's appalling how they settle.
Now our taste,
understand?
our
It's
taste
It's
is different.
appalling. It's appalling
No,
how
I
they
think
taste
I'm
is
turning
different.
towards what
Can
you
you just
said.
calm
I
down?
think
It's
Can you just calm
appalling
down?
how
That
men settle.
Yes.
Like to the
I
last.
think it's true. I'm
No
turning
boxes
towards what
at
you
six.
said.
They just settle.
They just
Okay,
settle.
wait.
No boxes
John.
at six.
Let
They
me
just
ask you a question now. You know a guy now, for example, that he's always carrying fine babes every time. He did date fine babes, he did punch fine babes. Then he can't talk say he won't marry. You can't say the wife he won't marry ugly. To you, he settled, Abi? Yes or no?
He
lie.
settled now.
Because he
when you look at
don't they carry
everything,
fine babes. But
he's-
when he won't come marry, now ugly baby
He
carry.
settled because he
Eh?
can't go and be cheating on her. He
Yes.
settled.
They will not go and be cheating on
So
these
what's
kind
the
of-
use
their
of
kind
him
girl.
settling when he still has
now.
those fine babes at his beck and call?
Eh,
Doesn't that tell you he didn't settle?
that tells me
When
that
you
he's
are, see, when we are
confused.
talking of settling, no,
Okay,
it's not
what-
confused.
no.
See, when we are talking of settling, we are saying this guy does not have a choice again. He just has to make do with what he has. That's my own understanding of settling. That he not get any choice. No other person there for him except this person.
So
But these other people still there. That is not settling.
Still the
He
same
made his choice. He decided, oh, I've seen all this fine babes.
Really?
Now this
I
ugly one
want
I
to
want
know.
pick.
It's a lie.
That's not
They are
what-
still
that's
girls
not
that
settling.
settle. They be like, oh, at time don't they
Yeah,
go.
well,
Like,
Come sit down
guys,
there, this
she
thing.
don't
Make
dey
I just
disturb
do
me.
one.
Almost
Make I
this,
just do one.
and na this girl green
And
like
na this
no
one
time.
And
All
that's
the
not
one
settling.
this
now.
thing.
It's settling.
That's not
You
settling.
said
That's
so.
not settling. Because the guy, he no go
That's
carry
not
person where you
settling.
no like put for house now.
That's still settling.
Eh?
So
You
women,
man go you go carry person where you no like put for house. Even if they
that's
pressure you.
him.
Plenty
That's
guys don't
him.
do am now.
That's
Where they no like
Yes.
for anything. they
Yes,
put for house.
Yes.
Like a kind of like
yes.
let's say like let me use
Why do
one.
we
Let
hear
me
all
use
these
one.
chronicles?
Let
Why
me
do we
use
hear
one.
about every-
Wait, let me use
everybody
one. Let me
complaining
use
every-
one. Or I know. It was a royal family, and the rule of the royal
one
family.
different now, that one
Wait,
different.
not the same thing.
That
Wait,
one different.
and the rule of the royal family is
thing, oh.
any
We're
girl when you
talking
give
choice,
belle
yes, so it's the
outside.
same
thing. Mariam.
Yes,
Eh, that one
you have to
different.
marry him by
That one
force.
different.
That's settling. That's still settling.
No,
But
that
it's
was
still
different.
settling.
I'm talking of an instance where a
But
guy
we're talking about
has
this
a
settling.
choice.
What about guys? What
No
about guys
no
that-
family
What
obligation.
about guys that they had
No
a one
cultural
night stand,
obligation.
and then the girl ended up getting pregnant, and then they were like, "Oh, there's nothing you can do. You have to marry our daughter."
Who says so? And they will not force the guy to marry her.
Doesn't happen. Say it doesn't happen.
No, I know it happens. now.
So what were you trying to say?
I know it happens, but that one you can't too well. Maybe you can say it's settled,
It is
Sha,
settling.
based
It is
on
settling.
what happened.
Because
Based
it
on
is
what
settling.
happened.
Sheyi,
Settling.
like
It is
Sheyi,
based on what happened that it's settled.
However you want to spin it.
Sheyi,
settling.
you're trying to
I
you're
agree.
trying to streamline. You're trying to
It
box
wasn't
this
a
conversation.
one-night
Like,
stand.
you're trying
Exactly.
to streamline.
John,
You're talking choices. You're talking settling side by side choices. These are certain actions that they have carried out that influence their choice to
Okay,
settle.
wait, John, let me ask
But
you.
eventually,
Let me,
they
let
settle.
me ask you this question now. When someone is settling, when you say someone settles, does that person have a choice or not? Does he have a pool to pick from?
In some cases, yes.
Yes.
And he settles.
Yes,
Yes.
and he settles.
Yes.
That's not true.
Yes.
That is true.
When
Let me
someone
explain to you.
settles,
Let me.
it means you don't have a choice. You just have to pick that
no,
person.
no.
You talk say this person give person belle. He no get choice.
And then the people
They
that
don't tell
believe-
him say you must marry him. You must marry him. He no get
Who
choice.
told he had a girlfriend, but he just had a one night stand.
And the girl
And
now
then-
got pregnant.
yes,
He
and
doesn't have a choice
Who
because
told you he doesn't have a
himself,
choice?
I'm
But
sure.
what
All those babies
His,
are
his family members, all of them would have already told him that Ogbeni, you don't give this girl belle, you must marry her. He doesn't have a choice.
it's
as
not
far
his
as
family,
he,
it's
as far as he
it's
is
the girl's
concerned.
family
But
that-
what I'm saying is,
He said
you can't compare with a guy now. Where we say the example I gave earlier. You have fine babes.
See,
He now went to
that-
carry an ugly babe.
It happens.
He made his choice. choice that okay, I don't want any of this fine baby. I want this one.
Why? Meanwhile, those
Probably
girls
he
actually
saw that this one will be a good wife. She'll give me peace of mind. She'll be able to cook for me. She will answer to my beck and call.
So,
unlike all these other ones. And he decided to choose her.
That
is not settling.
Okay, so what's okay?
He made his
you're saying that
choice.
Men, so what is happening? What is going on in marriages whereby the men they were like, I didn't even like her, I just married her because of she was just available.
Yes.
What's going on there?
Because she was available.
Yes.
I've not heard that one before.
You have not heard because she was available.
You will not hear
like I just married the
I
girl.
married the girl because she was
yes,
available.
I've even seen a
Available
scenario
for
I know
what?
like
you will
that.
say you've not heard it
No,
before.
I'm not honest. I've not heard
I know you will say
that
you've
she
not
was
heard it
just available. I don't understand.
Available to be
Sex.
married.
Available to be married.
Men
That's why I not
settle,
married her.
women settle.
There's no
That's
certainty
the
that
thing.
because you have a particular
not,
spec or something,
men
it doesn't mean that you
settle.
are going to
Women settle
eventually
a lot.
find
Men settle
somebody to
too.
get married
Men
to.
settle a lot.
Women
Lots of
settle.
times.
I agree that women settle
Men settle.
because to a certain extent they don't have that luxury of a choice to pick and say,
Why?
"Oh, I want to
How?
pick this
Wow, you
as,
think how?
as they
It's a
age,
lie.
as they age,
It's a lie.
as
Most
they
They age
age,
like fine wine.
as
Most
they
times.
age.
Most times, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Wait,
Shut up. Yes.
like
You heard me.
Yes,
fine
yes,
wine.
they do.
Yes.
Let me tell you something.
I'm not talking.
Some of those girls, do you think that maybe they don't have any girl that is asking them out? It's because they probably just
Yes.
not seen
As
their
they're
choice.
aging
Yes.
at 36,
Yes.
Because they've not seen
37.
their
Yes.
choice. Yes.
Yes, 45.
Why is it impossible?
What are you talking about?
Are you
I don't
kidding
understand.
me?
It's not as if maybe they don't. There's nobody asking.
What's the
It's just so wait,
Don't
Shay.
let these girls come out.
Nobody's coming.
We already won
Your reason is very
comfort.
archaic.
Don't let them win you, please. Please.
This
No,
is
no,
really
no, no, no.
I've seen it play
What you are
out.
trying to
I've
say,
seen
it
it
doesn't
play
make
out.
any sense. So what you're trying to say that when you're
Over time.
45, you cannot get married again.
Who? As a woman.
As a
35,
woman.
36,
You don't have
37.
the luxury
You
of
do.
making
You
a
have a
choice.
choice.
You do.
You
You
don't.
You
You
do.
can
You
make
re-
a
you
choice.
remain
You can
single.
reject
It's a
proposals.
lie.
You
Propose
reject proposal.
that.
Yes.
You
At
go dead
45,
there at
no,
45. You
not
go
in
dead
our
there. You go old.
Society.
See, let me tell you
Even
something.
You
even
go
your
old.
parents,
At 45,
pressure will
any
not
man
allow
will
you.
come meet that
You-
woman.
Seriously.
She go
Even at
marry.
45, there are some men you can't get married to.
I'm not
Even
saying-
at
Do you know
45.
that?
I'm not
There
saying,
are
but
some men
I'm
that you
saying, but
cannot
at
get
that
married to.
point,
You know,
you don't
Wait,
see.
you know what?
I'm
I'm
not
saying,
saying you go and marry. I'm
Emmanuel,
saying
I
lady
think the
does
image
what
of
to
the
do.
lady you are painting is maybe 13th century or something.
Yeah,
if you're thinking of modern women these days,
They
you cannot be talking like this.
They would
They will not
They would
In
rather.
Africa,
They would rather remain
in Africa,
single.
Nigeria,
Yes.
it's not true.
Yes.
Hey!
Yes.
Now lie.
It's not
Don't
true.
say that.
Now
It's
lie.
not- Emmanuel, please
Now
don't
lie.
say
Get to that part, yes.
Emmanuel,
We have
Now
not.
lie.
it has
We have
got
not.
you.
We have
It's
not.
a lie. We
It
have
has
not reached.
gotten
We have
to
not
that
reached.
point.
We have not gotten to
We
that
have
point.
not.
Are you
We
kidding
have.
In
me?
Nigeria, we have not.
We
Yes.
My dear, we've not.
We have.
Whoa!
I don't understand
Are
why
you
you're
kidding
arguing
me?
with me.
It's just the few
Just
ones
say-
that people are looking up to
We-
as celebrities.
Celebrity.
We kidded you know.
Telling you.
I'm not
It's a
saying
lie.
about
I don't
celebrities.
agree.
Yeah,
These
which
are not
ones?
even celebrities. These are not even
The
celebrities.
image of women you are painting in
Yeah.
your mind is
Yeah,
affecting
I
you.
can't
There's
get
nothing
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
I say your
women,
family cannot even allow
family?
you at that
Family
stage.
don't go allow you.
Ah,
Say
what
make
are
you
you
just
saying?
say.
Haba! A woman
How
that
many
even
women
tries
do you
to be
think can
shouting.
stand family pressure? How many? Can you stand? Even you. Can you
Yes, I
stand?
can.
You've not faced it.
Yes,
If you
I
faced
can.
it, you will know.
Jude,
Yes, I can.
Once you get to
Jude,
that point, I'll know if
it's
you
a
can.
lie.
Man,
We
fit
know
face
that
am.
I've seen this thing.
Man can man
Wait,
man
what
a man
face-
a man
what
will
face
face.
family
Like,
No doubt.
you
No.
You
don't
not
men
face
are
family
what-
pressure.
Men
Can you
don't-
face
men
family
can-
Men
pressure?
don't know how to stand pressure.
Hey, Jesus!
Men, especially when they are mom.
Joanne keep
Especially when
shooting
they are
this
mom.
gun. This
Men-
evening, boom,
Men do not
Like
know.
this one, I'm not agreeing with this one.
boom,
Fine.
boom,
If you're talking of anybody that
hey.
stands pressure,
No,
Please,
if you're talking
who
about
are
anybody that
those people
stands
that
pressure,
easily succumb? They could have been dating a girl for like 10 years and then
Before you
later
know it, they'll
mom
just
comes
go
and
and listen.
says, look,
Yeah,
and they cannot do
why
like,
are you
my
small?
mom is on my neck, she's
She's my
standing on my
everything.
neck, I can't
she's
help
from my
me.
village.
And
She wants
please,
this
she
thing,
wants
this
her,
girl, this
she
thing.
found her, and I'll be like, I said, you don't be like, are you telling me that you cannot stand and defend our relationship? Be like, you don't understand how my
You don't
mom
understand
is.
my mom.
Men,
Now
men
women
cannot
that one
stand
they work for the
pressure.
most now.
Men
Now women
cannot
they
stand
now women
pressure.
that thing they catch the most
Ah.
now.
Men.
Not men.
Women
now.
are more
I
strong.
want this.
more
I am see.
strong-hearted
I want this to
than men.
call this thing. Why you? What do you choose to call the name? My mama said. My mom said in
Name
Igbo.
C.
Name C
Mama
or
C.
something. Mom C. This thing. My mom said.
You people
And
cannot
now branded. And now my
Oh
mom
my
said.
God.
My
So
mom said.
one Igbo man told you that. Oh shit.
women are more strong-hearted than men. Men do not have the wherewithal to
Especially when
handle
their
pressure.
moms start coming to tell them that see this
forget
woman.
her.
She's not from the
She's a
same
city woman.
She's a city woman. City woman that will come
That will not be following other
she
men.
do
Look
go
how
for her
she's
PhD.
dressing.
See how
You
she's
not be like,
dressing. No,
but
come
I
on,
be, you know, like,
Before
but I've
you know
been
it, you
dating
say
her.
that.
It's like the picture people are painting is the 13th century picture.
Now,
Modern men, look at them.
That was
Yeah,
the
modern
picture
men.
people are painting.
Modern men like
Because-
you and Sheyi. Modern men.
Like who me and Shay from
Can you
where?
stand your
Someone
mom's
to do that.
pressure?
My mom's
Can you
pressure.
stand her pressure?
My dear, see.
If she stands on your neck, can you stand?
Wait, let me tell you. I
Can you stand
quarreled
your
with
mom's
my
pressure?
I quarreled with my parents
be-
for months.
No,
I wasn't
let's
picking
not
their
get
call because of a babe, not from my
Me,
side.
I'm very,
So
I'm
there are
very,
plenty
very
guys that
firm
will do that.
about my beliefs and my thoughts, and I stand by them,
And you can
regardless
and you
of
can-
pressure.
Really?
Yes.
You can face your family.
Yes, because I want I want my best interest first.
Even when your family say they will disown you.
No.
Disown me.
One.
One,
If
they will not even say they'll disown me. Two,
Exactly.
Why?
disown me to what?
Because you don't want
As
to
in,
say what
like,
follow
disown
what
me
they are saying.
to-
Well, I'm not from
No,
that kind of
no,
family,
it's not
so
even possible.
just saying,
You can't disown me
No,
because
let's
I
just say you are
chose.
from that kind of
well, I'm not
family.
from that kind of family.
No, let's work with
Well,
that.
I'm not from that
For the sake of argument purposes.
Well, I'm not from that kind
You
of
need
family.
to.
so
You
you
need to
stubborn
think
like
about it. You need to think about it.
That
If you are from that kind
See,
of
guy, if you're
Family,
firm-hearted,
yes.
if you're firm-hearted,
That said,
you'll be able to
you will
influence
follow-
their opinions.
You will
be able to influence their
Influence her.
opinions.
work with what we've said, or else we'll disown you.
I will look down.
To where?
Yeah.
Kotonu.
Canada.
They say I will
We're
look.
African. You can't do without your family.
Whoa. Whoa. You
They
see,
say like this
go
one
ahead,
they say go
go
don't
ahead,
gree.
proven.
She go don't gree for the family since.
Proven. You see what I was telling you? Proven. Just hear
Wait,
what Emmanuel
I'm
said.
not telling you that you should not
Proven,
defend, but I'm saying, can you do without your family? Do
Proven.
you know the place of a family?
Proven.
So what you're trying to tell
So
me
you're
is
saying that
they're
they're not
not
toxic families? Like they're not toxic families.
They want to
And today their parents
They are,
accepted
but
that
the ratio
decision.
to men is very
Wait.
is lower.
My dear.
No.
My dear.
Wrong.
Men go against
Wrong.
their parents the
My
most
God.
than women.
Yeah.
It's difficult to
That's
find
true.
a man that is
Go
actually
against-
willing to
against
go.
their
What
parents
he's saying is
most
the truth.
than
Let's not
women.
argue
It's
it. Let's not
difficult
argue
to
it.
find a man.
It's even the men that
Ah.
will say that, especially when they are more.
Crazy.
Start saying.
Especially if their
This
mom.
is their mom.
They'll just say,
Yeah.
But
they'll
you
just
see the
Ah.
women. I'm not saying some women can't be pressured. I'm not saying that they are. But don't come and say that a lot of women.
Yeah.
They will just
give in.
give it like that and say that okay, I want to marry. If they will, look, what you're trying to say.
A woman will even stand like
women. There's so many times they'll be like, oh, I'll force my family because they never even supported the marriage.
Exactly.
Like there's no. It's just me and my husband and my.
exactly.
And my
Do you know that I know?
What's
Do you know I
the-
know?
what's the-
Do you know I?
family
Do you
was
know I
against
actually know?
marriage.
I actually know about a woman like that. So she actually thought her family was so wealthy, and then this guy, she actually liked him from her program. So she liked the guy, and her family they vehemently. Do you know, like she left that city they were in. She relocated with that man against, like for a year. Even when she gave birth to her first child, like it was later, like they came around, like she still tells her story, and she's like, I stood by this man. Like it's not as if today he's like anything, like they're just fine. But still, like you can actually see the fact that okay, she's willing to go all out 100.
One out
Those
of a million.
women, that woman.
Do you know how many guys have done this
Do you know
same
how many
thing?
guys have done the same thing you are saying? Eh?
Do you know how many guys?
Now guys know they even send family safe.
No,
They bullshit family anyhow.
it's a lie.
This thing is saying. This thing is saying is
Do you know the only part? Do you know what the only time that men bullshit family are not is to engage in peer pressure? When it comes to the real thing,
Eh.
nothing.
I'm telling you.
Nothing,
You don't
empty.
know. You don't know.
That's why she doesn't know.
Don't know.
Nothing. I
Doesn't
say,
know.
I'm so sad.
You don't
See,
know.
men are
For her
easily
to say that
pressured.
it's only when it comes to peer pressure that's when men flex muscle.
That's
You
where you
don't know.
flex muscles.
It's to the family that men.
You never see when man they climb papa and mama say I don't
I'm
want to see
telling
people
you.
in my house.
Simple.
What are you saying?
Yes.
Eh?
Yes.
Those ones are in the
Yes.
movies.
No, you could
Which movies? Movies
Which
of where?
movie?
Which movie?
African Magic
Hey.
Even this one you said is in African Magic. Now.
Showcase.
Where that she left
Wait,
her
she
parents
left
and
her parents and went to
to
another town.
that time only in
Now film for
African Magic.
African Magic.
African Magic now. African
What's the
epic,
name of the-
epic
Caro.
besides me.
That's the name of the film.
And most times the girl's name is Caro.
Hey!
Caro. Or Scholastica.
Ah.
Honestly speaking,
But you guys, the good thing is that you know the truth.
What truth?
The good thing is that
back to the topic. I just know that both it's not there's nothing level. It's only female that settles. Men
I say it's
settles,
only female. I say it's only female. It's only female.
men settles.
Wait, are you actually saying that it's only females that
No,
settle?
they both gender settle.
I don't.
Wait,
Some men may settle, maybe 2%.
May settle. Really?
You would never.
Shay, really?
Before you know it.
Before you see a guy that settles,
You've not met guys that settled?
It is the guy's
Have you met
preference.
guys? Have you met guys that
What he prefers.
Oh, suddenly his preference, when he got married to the woman, then his preference rebranded. There was a rebranding.
You know when a guy settles, like
When?
the example you guys gave, maybe for example, he impregnated someone, and then the family said you must marry her. He has to settle
That's
It's a
not
lie.
for that one.
That's not the only.
But not
There
when
are some people.
a guy
get
is
pregnant,
still
they'll be like,
30.
You not even be
35, 40.
like, why did you now marry this girl?
He
Exactly.
will pick his spec.
Do you understand?
Why did you marry
Pick
this
his
girl?
spec now.
You'll be hearing things after a week of
You
marriage.
tell, why did you marry this
They're
girl?
already fighting. They never even show this. You
Like,
so why do people that get married?
Why?
Like, well,
And he's
That
already
one
like,
is due to other factors. It's
What
not
kind of
because he
factors?
settled.
No.
It's due to other
it's
factors.
because he settled.
Probably he didn't know her character before. When he got in, he
Eh.
had now seen
He didn't know her character, but his preference changed. But he didn't know her character.
you know her character.
I thought it was character that made him settle. I thought it was character that made him settle.
No. I didn't say it's character
So
that
you
made him
said
settle.
that. So after
This is only
so
character
one
that
week
makes
that you now saw her character. Before the wedding, you didn't see her character. So
Character.
after that one.
Her character adjusted. There was a
Get
shift.
married, do you think you will know the character of your husband 100%?
Oh, okay.
Yes or no? Answer yes or no.
Who is talking
Will you know the character of your
100%?
husband?
Does he know his character 100%?
Wait.
Even if he does not,
They always dull.
even if
Allow me to
he does
answer
not know his
this thing.
character
I
100%.
Will you know the character of your husband 100%?
You can never know anybody's character.
So what are you saying? What am I saying?
But you should know enough. You should know enough for the marriage to be sustained.
Even you yourself. You cannot even know.
Your character, Sheyi.
Yes, I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
So you cannot know anybody's character.
So what you're just saying now,
Some people
it
you
doesn't
But
tally
no,
with the
you
argument
should
you're
know.
saying
You
now.
should know enough. You should
What
know.
you're just saying does not make sense.
I'm
Because
saying-
calm
You should know
down,
enough.
Farabale.
You should
You
know
just
enough.
said now that have you not heard of situations where some people get married and after 1 week, 2 weeks they are fighting? I said maybe because when they got married, the guy discovered some vices she had that he did not know before.
1 week.
And you are tackling me on that. And you just agreed with me that you cannot know a person's character 100%. So what are you saying?
I didn't agree with you. I said when you ask them, they'll be like, "Oh, it wasn't as if I liked that. I just wanted to get married to just."
Exactly.
Now lie. Now woman they
you
talk
say?
that
Shut
one.
the fuck
Not be
up.
man they talk that one. Now woman they talk that one.
happens.
It's a lie. It's not
say-
no guy will say that. No guy will say that. That I just
why
married
I
her.
like
No,
it.
it's not possible.
You know,
I just married her. That what?
Joy.
No. I don't
can
believe.
see-
Calm down.
I don't believe in that.
Just calm down.
Do you know what I'm saying? You cannot have issues. You cannot have issues in marriage after 1 week. And I know that you cannot know somebody's character 100%. I mean, people don't even know themselves 100%. But you should know enough to sustain the marriage. Like, why 1 week? Like, I don't get how will you get married in 1 week and then you just scatter and then you tell me character. And again, remember you talked about.
Are you saying all
remember,
those people that their marriage scatter after 1 week is because they settled? Is that what you're saying?
No, Sheyi, Sheyi.
No, I just wanted to
Sheyi,
clear that.
Sheyi, do you know what?
Okay.
Do you know the thing is that with this whole marriage thing, you can't just pinpoint and say this
Exactly,
is this is that.
this is
But
the
the
reason.
thing is,
But
when
for
we're
you to
talking
say
about
that this
settling,
thing, yeah.
there are actually guys that just get married. You never even be like, wow, see, like, why isn't it?
You understand? Like,
me, I beg, I just want marry, like,
want
no
marry,
time, I
like,
just want
do
marry.
this thing.
Like,
Wait,
do you
I
get?
just want marry person we are no like.
I just want,
what you're trying to
obviously,
Shay, what you're trying to say is
obviously,
that.
that's it.
Yeah.
Wait.
I just
I just
want
want marry
marry,
person we are no
guys.
like because
Guys,
I just
wait,
want marry.
Shay,
I just want marry.
Man just
Shay,
carry this one, put
Shay,
inside
say,
house.
speak for yourself. You can't just say that, oh, it cannot happen. Speak for yourself.
Exactly.
You cannot marry someone that you don't like. You cannot say every guy out there.
Guys will not marry somebody they don't like. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni gbàgbé ilé ìtọ́ sọ yìí. No guy will marry somebody he does not like.
John.
How can you
It's
say?
not possible.
How can you say no guy?
No guy. I'm
Go,
telling you.
Sheyi,
He's married.
appalled.
He must see something where he like. Either maybe the babe get money or her family get money or something.
I'm
You can't
appalled.
tell me that a guy will not marry someone that he does not like.
he doesn't like at all.
No.
No
Don't tell me
problem.
that. Now
Speak
women
for
they do
yourself.
that one because they don't look and say I need to. All my mates are married. Me too. I want to be married. Even
fact,
if the
if I
man, let
feel like-
it shall be a
if I
man.
feel like-
It shall
I
put me
feel
in his
like-
house.
80% of men marry people they don't like.
80 what?
30.
You are an arm robber.
up to 30%.
You are a bandit.
Check.
You are a
Yes.
bandit.
Yes, happy marriage.
You are a bandit. What? You are,
They are in happy marriages. Yes,
I-
and it doesn't change the fact that this is still
No,
happening
it
tomorrow.
doesn't mean that because wait.
for
see,
women,
you need to
no,
understand
I
this.
agree.
It doesn't mean that
100%. But for
because they
men,
are in
a lie.
an unhappy marriage,
What you're saying?
that now means that
You know what you guys do? You just pick a part of the whole thing I've
Whole
been saying,
thing that
and then now say, oh,
And
do
let's
you mean
scrutinize
that?
it. Do you mean that what?
Hold me not. What I am
Why
saying.
shouldn't we quote you when you are saying it?
See,
Uh-uh.
don't take it out of context. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah,
Don't
yeah,
take it
Talk,
out of
talk,
context.
talk, yeah, talk.
Put
no.
it. Don't come and say, oh, do
No,
you
so-
now mean that
No, yeah.
unhappy marriages are caused by
Exactly,
marrying people that you do not like? No, I did not say it.
So what did you
Don't
say? What did you say? What did you
Exactly.
say?
Don't
please.
speak for yourself. You are.
I'm speaking for the men race
You
because
which
I'm a
man
representative of the men, and I'm saying it here now, and I will keep saying it.
And Sheyi, in fact, you will settle.
Me, it's not possible. It's not possible.
You be like, what, like, it's shocking.
To get married and
Oh
just
my
get
guy, I
over
just
with.
know it's no
Now I
time.
can't
oh.
carry ugly woman put for house.
No one is
I
talking
just-
about
I just
ugly
feel
or
the
something.
both
No one is
gender
talking about
settles.
nobody.
That's
No
what
one
my
is.
own
Or you
doing
just carry
this.
somebody he does not like.
Exactly.
Exactly. Now you're getting the
Let me
point.
just marry her.
Now you're getting the point.
How?
in the long run, you get to like her. Probably.
I don't know about that
No,
one.
that one, if it happen, no.
Can happen, but
If it happen, I'm not doubting that one. I'm not disputing that one. But what I'm saying is,
that there must have been a
he go
reason.
get something where the guy like.
Something, yes.
He pick.
No, there
He
was-
chose
there's
her.
always
It's not as if
something.
Okay, so
he didn't
but
have a
do you know
choice.
that
He
you know
chose
that
her.
Exactly. Do you know what she is trying to do?
You know something?
She is trying to
Some
make
guys,
it look
some
like
guys,
the
some
man
guys,
has a choice.
they feel pick ugly woman. Say they want marry this ugly woman because they know say if I put her for house, if I say sit down,
My peace, they guarantee.
my peace get, you don't get my point. So it's not as if he didn't have a choice. He could have decided to go for that figure 8 and put her in his house or another person. But because he don't know, say even put figure 8, if you don't tell her make she sit down, make she sit down.
So
He decided to go for someone that he will talk to and that person will listen to
Sheyi,
him.
so are you
He
saying
had choices
options?
to make. He had options.
Yes. There were
When
many
you're
people
talking
who
of
do that.
settling,
Wait,
when you're talking of
wait.
settling, the person who get choice.
Are you saying
He
now
just
that?
does-
Are you
well,
saying now
this
that
is
for
what
women?
is on ground.
Sheyi,
Let me
Sheyi,
just
wait,
take this
Sheyi,
one.
are you
That's
saying?
what I'm saying.
Are you saying that for women now? For a woman now, when she's of age and all, even if she
36,
sees
37,
38,
38,
even if she sees
40.
a man that is raw, everybody know him, he's a tout, she'll just be like, oh, my time is going and it's only this man.
I
That's
like
why
if
let
the
me
guy
go
says
first.
she won't marry him, she go marry him.
It's a
No,
lie.
I don't think it's
Jesus,
true. I
my
don't
lie.
think- I don't think
My
it's
chest.
true.
Lie.
I don't buy
As
into
in,
that.
what do you even think
No,
of?
I don't
What do
think
you
it's
even
true.
think?
I
I
don't
think
think
you
it's
know one thing I'm going to say that the kind of women Sheyi rolls with
Eh?
is all those kind of women
The
that
kind of
the kind of
you are a bandit. you are a bandit.
Yeah, you're wondering.
Most of you're wondering
Why
what
are you
people-
meeting?
Wait,
Why
why would they hype on herself?
Why are you meeting?
Why would they hype?
Because
I don't
What
think
are they
so.
doing?
Women has
Why would I hide
choices.
myself?
You might say,
If you're
you might
meeting
say that
women of this
probably
age.
maybe maybe before they get to
13th
that stage,
century.
they say maybe they want a guy that has too much money or all of this. But once they get to that part, they now like, okay, this one doesn't have, but he has this.
But he has this.
Even men are
Fine,
being
they said-
realistic.
that's what I'm saying. It's
You
the same
move
thing.
from a place of
Everybody.
fantasy to a place of
Yes,
reality.
yes.
Wait.
Women.
Let me ask you one
we-
question.
Everybody
both.
moves from a
Everybody
place of
moves.
fantasy.
Exactly.
Who they toast to? Na man they toast woman. I mean, na woman they toast man.
He said,
Wait,
the both.
The two.
Now you might ask question.
The two.
Please hush, hush, please.
Okay.
Talk to the hand, please. I'm
Answer.
talking to you.
Two.
Am
He
I
has
talking to you?
answered. He has
Am I talking
answered.
to you? Am I talking to
He said
you?
the two.
I ain't talking to you. Hush.
Anybody that likes should
Woman they
ask
toast
out.
man.
Yes.
You don't see where woman toast man.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait. Oh yeah. If person want engage person, propose. Who they propose?
Okay, you didn't say proposal.
Calm down,
You didn't say
calm down.
proposal. You said
Oh,
toast.
man, now answer my
Okay.
You
question.
said toast.
He has
Oh yeah, I
told
don't
you,
come
that's
out.
another
Oh yeah, don't
question.
come out toast.
Oh yeah, where you don't enter.
Propose.
For propose.
You don't ever see woman will propose to man say, will you marry me?
No.
Good.
But she go fit initiator. She fit initiator.
Initiate
She
am.
fit no bring the ring
Okay,
nails down.
okay,
And the
okay,
man
okay,
duty
okay,
to
okay,
do her.
Accept
so
to
what-
propose.
and if she initiate am, that's if she they give the man clue, abi.
Yes.
Say make the man propose to her.
Yes.
So whose choice is it to make the proposal?
And the guy now.
Good. What am I trying to say now?
That
It is the guy that makes the choice, not the woman that makes the choice.
Women
that
still
is-
make
Hey!
choice.
How does she make the choice? She cannot predict who will propose to her now.
No, but she still has
It just be like say woman now. I dey date woman now, for example. Okay, she likes me. She wants me to propose to her. I can decide not to propose to her.
And that one a different ball game.
No, no be
but
different
she
ball game.
choose say, now this kind of person I go like one day. with.
Bam! Now, okay, now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance,
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. These are the stories we are monitoring at the moment. The Lagos State Emergency Management Agency has revealed that there were no casualties in the collapsed building at the Banana Island, Ikoyi area of Lagos State. According to a situation report on the agency's Facebook page on Wednesday, the building collapsed as a result of a truck that ran into the building, leaving no fewer than 7 persons rescued from the rubble. A former deputy governor of Lagos State, Shinato Ojikutu, on Monday says the process of renouncing a Nigerian citizenship following the emergence of Bola Tinubu as the president-elect was ongoing. While lamenting over the state of the nation, she says she was no longer proud to be a former public office holder and also frowned at the situation whereby those challenging the electioneering process were being threatened with treason, adding that it would make the situation messier. Ojikutu disclosed that the process of renouncing her citizenship would be completed before May 29th. The Nigerian Medical Association (NMA) has opposed the proposed 5 years compulsory service for medical and dental practitioners. Last Thursday, a bill seeking a minimum of 5 years for doctors to practice in the country before being granted a few licenses passed second reading at the House of the Representatives. Amid worries by the mass exodus of healthcare workers leaving Nigeria for greener pastures abroad, Honorable Gani Ujonsi from the APC in Lagos State, who sponsored the bill, says it seeks to amend the Medical and Dental Practitioners Act of 2004 to address the brain drain in the Nigerian health sector. India has reported 10,158 new COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours, with the active caseload reaching 44,988 as of Thursday morning. According to the data shared by the Union Health Ministry, the country on an average has recorded 5,555 COVID-19 daily in the last week as compared to 3,108 in the week before. CEO of the Serum Institute of India says the company has started manufacturing of COVID Shield vaccine and has 6 million booster doses of COVAX vaccine available, while also disclosing that it is compulsory for every adult to take the booster shot. And in business, in a court hearing on Wednesday, lawyers from the Sullivan and Colwyn said the bankrupt cryptocurrency exchange FTX is considering reopening at some point in the future. FTX has collapsed last November as it was indicted on allegations of fraud and conspiracy for allegedly stealing billions in the FTX customers' fund to plunge losses at his hedge fund. The lead attorney for FTX told the court that they've recovered $7.3 billion in liquid assets from the defunct exchange, up from $1.9 billion reported in January. The Sudanese army says a parliamentary group headed by General Mohammed Hamdan Dagolo has mobilized its forces in the capital and other cities, which is seen as a move that raises the prospect of confrontation with the armed forces. In a statement on Thursday, the army says members of the Rapid Support Forces were also moving in the northern city of Marawi in a clear violation of law that risks creating more tension as Sudan goes through what is described as a dangerous junction. Tension between the army and the RSF has been rising for months over the integration of the RSF into the military. And on sport, the 3SC chairman, Babatunde Olaniyan, has confirmed the death of a former chairman of Shooting Star Sports Club in Ibadan, Olayiwola Lakondoro, who died on Thursday at the age of 111, was said to have died. Olaniyan said the club has been notified of the passing of the former chairman and is already planning to pay the deceased family a visit. Until his death, Lakondoro was the only surviving member of the Nigerian footballers who traveled to Britain and played barefooted, and also the oldest 3SC fan and undoubtedly the oldest football fan in Nigeria. That's all on the newsroom at the moment. Many thanks for watching. I am Tamilore Akinkwole.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
When you steal what you have borrowed, leaving your predecessor to pay, it's either called aluta continua or undocumented severance. Finance Minister Zainab Ahmed on Wednesday last week announced that Nigeria has received $800 million from the World Bank to share to 50 million Nigerians as palliative before petrol subsidies are removed in June. She said this year alone, they have budgeted 3.36 trillion naira for petrol subsidy until mid-2023. This is as Sunday Dare, Minister for Sports, said 21 billion naira will be needed to renovate the National Stadium in Lagos. And then, wait for the big one. Aviation Minister Hadi Sirika announced that he had commissioned 10 firefighting trucks for the airport at the cost of 12 billion naira. That's 1.2 billion for one truck. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. No wonder both young and old Nigerians are leaving the country in droves because certainly they feel there's nothing left for them. But the one went off me for all of them. Politicians that are quick to go abroad for minor ailments are legislated to stop Nigerian trained medical doctors from taking a job outside of the country. How you go flog your kids, deprive them of food, go out to eat, and then lock the door? So they don't go find food outside. That no be only juju. That is the height of irresponsibility. Anyway, very soon they would legislate, say, make embassy, they give traveling visas to only them and their families. They hear the smell. Assemblies of non-nationals masquerading as National Assembly. I bet second base, Jerry. In 2014, during the 2015 general election campaign, Buhari, in one of these numerous interviews, was quoted to have said, "There's nothing like petroleum subsidy in Nigeria. What they call subsidy is fraud." But in 8 years of his government, he spent trillions of dollars subsidizing the same thing he called fraud. Anyway, so sorry, I forgot NNPC said it's not subsidy, but under recovery. Ebo, using big grammar to cover ineptitude and fraud. Now, according to them, they have received $800 million from the World Bank to share to 50 million Nigerians as palliative after removing fuel subsidy in June. But please permit me to ask stupid questions. How many times Buhari government will remove subsidy? Remember, in 2016, they removed subsidy as announced by Ibe Kachuku, then Minister for Petroleum, and said they have budgeted, money for cushioning. What happened to that one? If you know remove subsidy in 8 years, why dash a new government subsidy remover a month after the end of your administration? How did they determine those poor citizens? Because despite the poverty all around me as a community leader, I've never seen any beneficiary of these social investment interventions. If you are stopping borrowing for consumption, why borrow to share for consumption? Even if that is the condition for the money, won't you reject it? All the money they showed us the Vice President, Professor Yomi Oshibanjo, was sharing in various markets during election, how has it eradicated poverty? Another one is in a country that is the poverty capital of the world with more than 133 million Nigerians living below poverty line. How did they conduct the registration to arrive at 50 million people as beneficiaries? How much will each person get that will actually cushion the impact of subsidy removal? The question plenty, just add your own. Instead of make these people tell us say they want to package severance for themselves as they are leaving office, they are deceiving or suspecting citizens with their boju-boju arrangement called palliative cushioning. The same government that refused to share food donated to citizens as palliative during COVID, left the economy on a free fall for 8 years, and then used currency redesigning to push people into hunger, starvation, and death as parting gift, is now promising to share $800 million to, or if you convert it, 596 billion naira to Nigerians as palliative or subsidy removal, and you believe them, then something must be wrong with you. I will therefore advocate the Transition Committee should immediately stop that disbursement and join hands in reviewing the terms and conditions of the grant or loan. After all, they never tell us whether it's a loan or grant. The incoming government should set up their own committee and template for implementing or removing any subsidy, if at all. They should refuse to be browbeated into it by the government that was so much in a hurry to push that redesigning down our throat despite the hardship. And also now, the governors, please, this is the time we are calling on you again. You should approach the Supreme Court like you did during the Naira redesign to stop any last-minute cash sharing, considering the fact that the economy is fragile, mutual trust is broken, and tempers are high. Lastly, the incoming administration should not be in a hurry to bite this bullet of subsidy removal without a thorough investigation into it and understanding of the nuances. I don't talk my own. Well, that's where we anchor for today. For previous episodes, simply follow us on all our social media platforms showing on your screen, like and share. Eternal vigilance is the price you must pay for freedom. The struggle, not a loothole, must continue.
The Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove, giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It is a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we question it to be we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5 day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Osogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that it is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone. It's one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one will be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believes in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Osogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ipoleumu, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rats. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ipoleumu looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, see large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king. My brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then at Ipoleumu is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Enyoma darling, you have broken my time, but 84 kokwa. So everybody the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered, Osogbo pele, Osogbo rola, Osogbo pele, Osogbo. That was when they knew they are in Osogbo. Literally meaning Osogbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened, you do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Osun dwell here. You cannot stay with Osun. So they moved from the bank of the river, moved up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the first palace. And there's these promises between them that if we say we should leave this place, as a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Olibaya arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, And with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Osun Groves, she started at the area we called Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first two sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, you know, not in one place, you know, at the main shrine, Ebu Yamako, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the heart with meditating, you know, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, you know, from there because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigene that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Osogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Osun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional calving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Osun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water.
Everything about the Osun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Osun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Osun goddess. Believing, that's what I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, it's agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Osun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have poachers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the Attaj of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have the challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it's not done. So you definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is this standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Osun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Osun goddess forbids it.
One of the unique things to see at the Grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see.
Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
what we're having here today, the theme of the exhibition is wet in waste. That is, what are the wet you can get from waste product, that is coconut shell. So, and the reason why we are saying wet in waste is that we have so many processors around. We have people that use coconut for their products, like coconut oil, coconut candy, coconut flakes. The name has so many. But what do they do to the shell? Nothing. So if you eat coconut, the shells, you throw it off. But some of them, they use it for making fire, fueling their fire while cooking. But that can cause environmental pollution. So we are using this now to tell a story that, okay, instead of destroying the environment, why don't you get the wet that is involved? Instead of throwing it to block our drainages, why don't you turn it to a wet making machine? So that is just the short story behind the wet in waste. Aside from that, it is unique and nobody is using it for anything. When I started, I didn't see anybody that's doing anything like installations like this. In fact, when I Google online, what I saw were craft works, cups, key holders, and the rest of them. But I started doing this just to give myself a unique name from others. The response has been very, very good. Though initially when I started, people were like, what type of thing is this? They gave me so many names. Sometimes if I stretch my hand to greet some people, they will say, your hand is too tough, blah, blah, blah. But today now the rest is story. And initially the acceptance was not there. I was giving my souvenirs to people free of charge. But now I sell them at good prices. The funny thing about the Circle of Nigerian Coconut Artists is that we started in February. The dream just came, okay, why don't you bring these people that are doing coconut craft together? I have some of them who are my participants that I've trained over time during workshops. So, and some of them, they don't practice the craft again because the challenges are there for them. How do they sell their craft works? Who do they sell to? And the challenges of how do you cut, how do you remove the debris and the rest of them. So many challenges. But the basic one is if they produce it and they don't sell, they stop producing. So we are using this now to create a kind of platform for them so that they can showcase their work. You can see different stands here. You can see different tables with different type of artworks, even this. So they now have a platform where they can exhibit the works. When visitors come around, they see. And with that, they will be encouraged to do more. So that is the story behind this. What we do is we'll cut the shells. When you cut the shells, you remove the debris, you sand it in and out and cut the shapes you want. Then, if you want to do stuff like this, you start joining them together with gum. You have handsaw, you have jigsaw, you have bandsaw, depending on the level at which you are. If you are just starting, you can't get a bandsaw because to buy a bandsaw now is expensive. So you can start with the hand axe saw. Is going viral, and another thing is that we are taking it to the 5 divisions of Lagos State. After Badagry, we are going to other divisions. We have Ikorodu, we have Epe, we have Mainland. So we are taking this show around there. So if we have the opportunity of showcasing it 10 days in other divisions, so we'll do, just to encourage the young ones around so that they can join us in removing debris from my environment and turning it to waste. I mean to wet. Like this one, if you have seen the Eyo before, this is that cap they put on. So I use this now to represent Eyo. Instead of putting the whole thing, it will be too big for me. So I just decided to work on the cap alone. So that is that about Eyo. And here we have Yeye Oge. Like this Yeye Oge, I don't know, I just love the work. Now, I use this to tell a story of a young lady. And generally, most of our ladies, they are the only one who has been questioning God, that why do you create me this way? The eyelashes are not enough, they want to add more. The lipsticks are not too clean as created by God, they want to add more. And they will embellish their hair with so many designs. So that is what I just use this one to represent, just epitome of love. Simple. The Last Supper that Jesus Christ had with his disciples. Now, I use these ones here to represent the disciples, and this is Jesus here. If you count, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those are the disciples, and this is their table. And while eating your drink, you need a jug to fetch water from. You have that, you have the cup, and you have the fruit. Instead of putting amala and the rest, I decided to use just fruit. This is August meeting. Yes, now August meeting is popular among our friends from the East, whereby they have this their colorful attire, uniform attire, and they celebrate themselves, the women mostly. So that's why I have about 3 women there with different gele and the rest. This one now, I titled it the National Summit. There's so many stories behind it. Now, at the center you have banana, and the objects surrounding it look like monkeys. So, yes, now, without much decoration, you see this is the mouth, this are the eyes for monkeys. Now, but I'm using this now to represent the Nigerian setting or the Africa setting, whereby we have delegates, people who will send them, okay, go and represent us. But they are not particular about the people that sent them. When they get to the zoo there, or when they get to that area whereby you have flowers, you have adorable things around them, they forget those of us who sent them. The only thing they are particular about is the national cake. So I use the banana here now to represent the national cake. So that is what all of them are after. They have adorable things. That's why I use leaves, just to represent things like flowers. So in the midst of flowers, you know, you'll be happy, oh wow, you are surrounded with beautiful things. The next thing, they will have forgotten what we asked them to go and do for us, go and represent us, but no. The only thing is the national cake, which they rush after to get for their self and their self alone.
My experience as one of the artists is that we, in this part of our area here in Badagry, we that are involved in this kind of work is not well appreciated, in the sense that, you know, here this is our area. Coconut, Badagry is predominantly recognized with coconut. So, and as a result of that, while we are doing this thing, they do not see any value to it. So, like Jesus Christ does not have value at his own time. So that is the similar story that we are having towards this. But outside that, we are using this thing to promote our culture, to know that this craft can bring economical value for our teeming youth. This product, this work we have involved in, can bring a kind of job creation for people. Little do we know that craft work of this nature can transform this coconut craft, the coconut shell, from the waste product they used to know it for, to a valuable thing. Before, in this area, after extracting the oil is one of the valuable things extracted from the coconut. Then coconut completely is a valuable tree, but the shell is they throw it away, or they burn it. Nobody knows that it can be transformed to a valuable thing. So that is why we are involved. Now coconut is going to an extinction with the activities of other activities around, but engaging this shell in transforming it to a valuable things of this nature, so people can know that we can begin to use it even to better our life. It has more economical value. So if people engage themselves in doing it. I'm an indigenous of Ajido in this Barangay environment. Gone are those days, after extracting the coconut, you see a lot of heap of it. But when we now begin to censor our people that it can be transformed to this kind of ornament, so we gather, we have a collecting center. So if you have used your coconut, just gather it, we come, we pick them. And better still, we just, if you want to get maybe the one we use for the consumables, the one we can use for either cups, jugs, the one that we can use for consumption of either drink or food. Those ones we need a good quality of coconut. Those ones we go to farm to select better coconut. So, but those ones we can use for decoration of those ones, so we can pick shell. Those are the waste ones. We can use those ones and use those ones and transform it then to this type of ornament. The publicity, we thank God a little bit for the immediate past supervisor for tourism and education, Honorable Samson Onayo Akpata. He has been helpful in that regard by collaborating with us in sensitizing people. So we train the like-minded, those that have interest. We train them, and then we do our publicity. Like this event that is going on now, it is one of the first, is the first of its kind in this Badagry. It's just to publicize this and to create the awareness that something of this nature is ongoing. It has come out and have come to stay. So we, the craftsmen, are highly involved in this, and we are ready to partner with whosoever that is willing to partner with us, even to give it more publications.
When I start coconut art, people look at it as a strange something, but later they now blend to it. And I've faced many people, although I'm into tourism too, when you're talking about tourism and art, it blends together, because if you travel to any area, you don't come back with souvenir, definitely you do not have anything to remind you about your visits. That's why I always work on coconut shell as souvenir. If it comes to Badagry, you must go with a coconut shell souvenir. Sincerely, if you said turning waste to wealth, it even adds to the value of the environmental this thing because it makes its cleanness, change the environment so that you don't see anything dirty in the environment. And mostly from this coconut shell, we have brought up many people, and people are blending with it. I named this remembrance. It always tells you to remember that whenever you are doing in life, there is a time you go and the footprints will be there. And you have to remember that we are not going to live forever. And you have to remember that nobody is going to stay with you in that grave. Whatever you are doing, forget about religion, forget about everything, but your humanity service matter a lot. That's how I name it, remember. These are brunch. You can see we have brunch of local government. These are Lagos local government, Ministry of Tourism. We have another brochure. This pendant, map of Africa. We have earrings, kiodas, and you can see on this textile, what we have there is the button. We always use the coconut shell as button on textiles. Pen holder and so on, and these are little takeaway items you can get from coconut. This cup, this coconut purse, you use it in different ways. You can keep your jewelries, you can use it as safe to keep your jewelries. For example, you buy something, you can put it inside, you lock it, and you can use it for your decoration, for beach outing or anything like that. Use it. We have anything like this.
What is here is Wash Go International actually. It's of international standard. It's unusual, unexpected, and I think this man needs to be celebrated more than what we are seeing. We know that the level of unemployment right now in Nigeria is really high, and if there was a way to get this skill to more youths, and especially with the advent of social media, I think there's so much that can be done with what is here. Yeah, it will help this country as a whole. This is the kind of thing that I came here all the way from Ikorodu, and I'm sure if a lot more people knew about this, it will bring a lot more people here, and it will boost tourism here.
I was excited, like I did not believe that they can use coconut to do so many things like this, and it was beautiful. When I reached my school, I can tell them about it, that we saw many things, that the people that are not here, so that they will see, they can come here to look at it, and some people would like to join or do something like this. I can now see that coconut is very important in Badagry, that we can use it to do many things. And when I see it on the ground, I can pick someone to do like the kioda, me too, I can try. And I can encourage some people to look at it, that coconut shell can do many things, that we can use it to do jug in our house, and spoon, and the kioda, many things.
Sincerely, I will commend the organizer of this kind of show. And being for the first time, and the way they are able to organize the program. Before this time, I have to question them. I do question them that why are they using Badagry for the starting points due to some challenges that we have to come down to this place. But upon everything, they said the symbol of this show is coconuts. And we are well known as a place that we produce coconut, granules and coconut a lot. And there is no need for them to showcase the first program in another place. And the main thing behind this event is for them to know the value and what the end product of coconut, what we can derive from it, so that it will not be wasteful, at least creating wealth out of nothing. Sincerely, I'm overwhelmed. Each artistic design, the kind of way that the organizer name each one, and the explanation to us, sincerely, that shows that the artist know what he's doing. Likewise, there is a lot of vision, there's a lot of prophetic, profitable something for every individual. As a starting point, what they have over here can meet up international competition.
It's not anything that is new to me, because I've been with the artists for a very long time. It started from very awkward creation. I mean, very, very awkward background, you know. It started from nothing to something. So, you see, what I've seen, what I've learned, and that I want the youth to learn is focus in whatever you are doing, in whatever thing that you think this is good. There's no way you won't find, or you won't encounter challenges. Challenges are natural, and they test your mettle as a man. If you want to succeed in life, you must face challenges. So he's been on this thing for more than a decade. And what I saw today is amazing. It's really, really amazing. And it's telling me that there's still more to explore in this community. Things that are insignificant, I will see as nothing. We can really make it something. And that was done. This is the identity of Badagry. When you go to Osun Osogbo, you see carving. But here, he has created an identity for Badagry. We need the government buying into this. He has a lot to offer in terms of all this, but the government has to come in to support him. There's still a lot. There's still a lot that can be achieved, that can still be created out of this nothing that we are seeing as coconut shells. There's still a lot that it has proven that there's still many things that can still be done, that can be achieved in terms of creativity. So, but he alone, and he's been struggling for more than a decade. That is he's been able to take it to this level is miracle. Honestly, it's miracle because he has been doing all alone. Okay, you can see what for instance, I expected that before we just ordinary citizens of the community comes here, we expect that other dignitaries will have come here to open it. So that encourages the artist. It inspires him that his effort is being recognized and acknowledged. But when you don't have things like that, sometimes you kill spirit. So we need government buy-in. We need the support. Apart from the government, the support of the community. Things like this today, we want the community to be here, everybody be here, all the VIPs, all the government, they should be here to recognize and acknowledge this work of creativity that has been displayed.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome again to the newsroom. Here are the latest updates at this time. The President-elect Bola Tinubu, in response to the petition filed by Peter Obi and the Labour Party, says he is challenging the right of the Labour Party candidate to fault his victory at the February 25th presidential election. While querying the competence of Obi's petition and praying that the court dismissed it, he argued that the former Anambra State governor was not a lawful member of the Labour Party as of the time he contested on the party's platform and lacks the local standing to challenge the outcome of the exercise. His team of lawyers led by Wole Olanikwekun added that as of 24th of May 2022, Obi was still a card-carrying member of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and he did not resign his membership of the said party until 24th of May 2022. A former assemblyman in Cross River, Cletus Obon, says the presidency of the 10th Senate should be zoned to the South-South geopolitical zone. The zoning arrangement of the presidency of the 10th Senate has been generating various opinions, with some saying that the slot should go to the South-South and South-East zones. Obon, a member of the APC 2023 Presidential Campaign Council, says the zone should be given the right of first refusal since it has more votes than the constitutional 25% in 5 of its 6 states in the just completed 2023 Presidential National Assembly elections. National Drug Law Enforcement Agency in Oyo State Command, in a statement on Thursday, has confirmed the seizure of 235.89 kilograms of illicit drugs in the state between January and March. The statement issued by the Commander Public Relations Officer Mutiyat Okuwobi added that the seized illicit drugs were cannabis sativa and other narcotic and psychotropic substances. The NDLEA also confirmed that the agency had arrested 56 people over alleged drug-related offences, while also urging the public to be vigilant and support the agency with reliable information that would enable it to tackle drug abuse. The U.S. and the Cuban officials have started discussing migration issue as the Biden administration prays for the end of COVID-era border restrictions that have blocked Cubans in recent months from crossing into the United States from Mexico. After Biden adopted more restrictive border security measures in January, the number of Cuban and other migrants crossed at the border plummeted. However, the Biden administration is preparing for a possible rise in illegal crossing, with COVID restrictions at the U.S. to Mexico border set to lift on May 11. The Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria on Wednesday has denied claims that it was in violation of the Nigerian contract law at the EL field in Bayelsa. The Ijaw Youth Congress had on Monday alleged that the Shell Petroleum Development Company had excluded indigenous players from its operation at the EL fields in the breach of the community contract guidelines. Reacting to the allegations of the breach of the Nigeria oil and gas industry contract development, SPDC says that, on the contrary, it was a leading player in the development of local capacities in the oil and gas sector. And in the foreign scene, the former U.S. President Donald Trump has sued his ex-lawyer Michael Cohen, seeking at least $500 million in damages. Trump stepped up attacks on the one-time lawyer after Cohen testified before the Manhattan grand jury that indicted Trump. The lawsuit accused Cohen of breaking a confidentiality agreement he signed as a condition of his employment, violating ethical standards for lawyers and spreading falsehood. And on sports, the French football club Paris Saint-Germain has denied reports that it launched an investigation into manager Christophe Galtier's alleged racist remark during his time in charge at Lens last season. Galtier is alleged to have made comments about having too many black and Muslim players in his former team. Meanwhile, Galtier denied making the discriminatory remarks and said it would take legal actions. That's the latest from the newsroom. Thank you for staying with us. I am Tamilore Akinkolye. Bye for now.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
When you steal what you have borrowed, leaving your predecessor to pay, it's either called aluta continua or undocumented severance. Finance Minister Zainab Ahmed on Wednesday last week announced that Nigeria has received $800 million from the World Bank to share to 50 million Nigerians as palliative before petrol subsidies are removed in June. She said this year alone, they have budgeted 3.36 trillion naira for petrol subsidy until mid-2023. This is as Sunday Dare, Minister for Sports, said 21 billion naira will be needed to renovate the National Stadium in Lagos. And then, wait for the big one. Aviation Minister Hadi Sirika announced that he had commissioned 10 firefighting trucks for the airport at the cost of 12 billion naira. That's 1.2 billion for one truck. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. No wonder. Both young and old Nigerians are leaving the country in droves because certainly they will feel there's nothing left for them. But the one went off me for all of them. Politicians that are quick to go abroad for minor ailments are legislated to stop Nigerian trained medical doctors from taking a job outside of the country. How you will flog your kids, deprive them of food, go out to eat, and then lock the door. Say maybe they go find food outside. That no be only juju. That is the height of irresponsibility. Anyway, very soon they would legislate, say, make embassy they give traveling visas to only them and their families. They hear the smell. assemblies of non-nationals masquerading as National Assembly. I bet second base, Jerry. In 2014, during the 2015 general election campaign, Buhari, in one of his numerous interviews, was quoted to have said, "There's nothing like petroleum subsidy in Nigeria. What they call subsidy is fraud." But in 8 years of his government, he spent trillions of dollars subsidizing the same thing he called fraud. Anyway, so sorry, I forgot. NNPC said it's not subsidy, but under recovery. Ebo, using big grammar to cover ineptitude and fraud. Now, according to them, they have received $800 million from the World Bank to share to 50 million Nigerians as palliative after removing fuel subsidy in June. But please permit me to ask stupid questions. How many times Buhari government will remove subsidy? Remember, in 2016, they removed subsidy as announced by Ibe Kachuku, then Minister for Petroleum, and said they have budgeted, money for cushioning. What happened to that one? If you remove subsidy in 8 years, why dash a new government subsidy remover a month after the end of your administration? How did they determine those poor citizens? Because despite the poverty all around me as a community leader, I've never seen any beneficiary of these social investment interventions. If you are stopping borrowing for consumption, why borrow to share for consumption? Even if that is the condition for the money, won't you reject it? All the money they showed us, the Vice President, Professor Yomi Oshibanjo, was sharing in various markets during election. How has it eradicated poverty? Another one is in a country that is the poverty capital of the world with more than 133 million Nigerians living below poverty line. How did they conduct the registration to arrive at 50 million people as beneficiaries? How much will each person get that will actually cushion the impact of subsidy removal? The question plenty, just add your own. Instead of make these people tell us they want to package severance for themselves as they are leaving office, they are deceiving or suspecting citizens with their boju-boju arrangement called palliative cushioning. The same government that refused to share food donated to citizens as palliative during COVID, left the economy on a free fall for 8 years, and then used currency redesigning to push people into hunger, starvation, and death as parting gift, is now promising to share $800 million to, or if you convert it, 596 billion naira to Nigerians as palliative or subsidy removal, and you believe them, then something must be wrong with you. I will therefore advocate the transition committee should immediately stop that disbursement and join hands in reviewing the terms and conditions of the grant or loan. After all, they never tell us whether it's a loan or grant. The incoming government should set up their own committee and template for implementing or removing any subsidy, if at all. They should refuse to be browbeated into it by the government that was so much in a hurry to push that redesigning down our throat despite the hardship. And also now, the governors, please, this is the time we are calling on you again. You should approach the Supreme Court like you did during the Naira redesign to stop any last-minute cash sharing, considering the fact that the economy is fragile, mutual trust is broken, and tempers are high. Lastly, the incoming administration should not be in a hurry to bite this bullet of subsidy removal without a thorough investigation into it and understanding of the nuances. I don't talk my own. Well, that's where we anchor for today. For previous episodes, simply follow us on all our social media platforms showing on your screen, like and share. Eternal vigilance is the price you must pay for freedom. The struggle, not a looter, must continue.
The Osun Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, Southwest Nigeria. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal. How, in practical terms,
can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
The first time I was here to locate the Ghanaian cane weaving community, a Nigerian told me point blank that these Ghanaians would steal my money. I was curious and I wondered why these two nationalities who share same profession would have such level of animosity between them. And I'm here to find out why. If you're familiar with Maryland in Lagos, it is difficult to miss this beautiful display of handmade cane crafts. Beneath the Maryland Bridge, linking the Ojota area of the city, cane-based products such as chairs of all varieties, living room sitters, house decor, as well as baskets of all shapes and sizes are sold here. But behind this lush display of artistic brilliance lies a culture of discrimination against the migrant population of Ghanaian cane artisans, one which has been in practice for decades now. Unlike their Nigerian counterparts, Ghanaian cane artisans are restricted to a remote part of this cane weaving community. So what is the genesis of this unfair practice and why has it been perpetrated for so long? To find out, we paid a visit to Monkey Village, just behind the Maryland cane weaving community where the Ghanaian cane weavers live and work. This is Monkey Village, right here in Mende, Maryland, Lagos, Nigeria. In what appears to be the outback of the area, Ghanaian cane weavers are not allowed to venture beyond these parameters. While Nigerians are allowed to display their products, Ghanaians serve as laborers who manufacture these cane products for a fixed price. 54-year-old Adeyemi Bolarinwa concentrates hard as he weaves this basket. His calloused hands work deftly, and in a matter of minutes, he finishes one of his orders. Bolarinwa's father is Nigerian, but his mother is Ghanaian. Despite his being a Nigerian, Bolarinwa cannot sell his products directly to buyers. He can only sell to a group of Nigerian cane weavers, who in turn sell directly to customers. It's a rule among the Cane Weavers Association here which restricts non-Nigerian cane weavers from dealing directly with customers.
They brought some job for one Nigerian man, according to the history, from 1986. Then the man delayed the job, and they saw another Ghanaian man. They went to, that's a Sheraton hotel. So they went to the Ghana man. The Ghana man did the thing in time as they want. So the contract go to that Ghana man. So then, those people are the indigenous work against foreigners that they can share a place together. So the moment they granted that law still will work from 86 up to by this time. So Ghanaians don't have any choice to sell, to meet customers or something like sell anything direct. So always we are in backyard that when they receive the order, they come and give us a job. That's the situation where we are facing now.
As migrant workers, Bolarinwa says he and other Ghanaians have no choice than to obey this restrictive rule, so they keep their heads low and make the best of their meager income.
A stranger cannot be like citizen, so we have no choice, and there's no any help. Because if someone came that we want to give you advance, they used to tell the person that this is a foreigner, will you take your money around or something like that. So we have no choice. We are there in panic. And we just manage it because that's a handicraft. That's a hand job. We can't. That's my professional. No, actually, it's my professional. So anyhow, bear it. I'll manage it.
We asked Bolarinwa if the Ghanaian cane weaving community in Maryland had made any attempt to report to relevant authorities. He says no one has come to help despite many complaints.
We used to let the people from Ghana embassy to come and interview us at times. But there's no help. There's no help. We try a lot. We join their group, Nagacon and this and that, but at times, the way the thing they go, we see that there's no help. So the work will be like a struggle, with a struggle for all our needs. Anyhow, we manage it and bear it.
It gives further details of the mode of operation between the Nigerian cane sellers and the Ghanaian cane weavers.
We arrange every basket within price, where it's a popular no. Then any quantity where the person want to come and book from you, he can give you advance. Then after finishing the product, we take your balance. That's the way we are going. Then I submit for them, I take my balance. Some people are pay cash, some people can give you in half basis. He can give you advance. When you finish, supply the thing to the who come and done the work with you. Then you take your balance from. We have no chance because there's no shade. He cannot give you, as a foreigner, he cannot give you shade to shade your market. They share by themselves.
Kwaku Noah is another Ghanaian cane weaver in Maryland. For 15 years, Kwaku has struggled to make ends meet due to the trade inequality he suffers.
Maybe the price we are going to sell for woman as this back here. If I did roadside, one day, God goes see me about a better customer where I can sell for the person where I could see gain pass where I did. So it affects us. So if we are on the roadside, I'm sure say we go see better customer pass, better price pass what we are gaining as the back here.
Fed up with the unpleasant situation, a number of Ghanaian cane weavers have either moved back to their home country or adopted other trades. Now the once boisterous community has become a shadow of itself.
Before, we are more than 20 or 30 people. Right now, I remember maybe roughly, I can say about 5 or 4 people now. We remain. Before we are more than 37, but things know the balance. And then, they get in assist to support the work. Everything I'm money now, so if you know get any way to get something assist your business, you can go forward. So right now, I know they're easy for us. As you can settle another side like that, it's money, because to get a place to stay, it's money, but how to money no day on hand like that.
To confirm these allegations and to understand the root cause of the act of discrimination against the Ghanaian cane weavers in Maryland area of Lagos, I paid a visit to the chairman of the Cane Weavers Association in Maryland, Dennis Omadide. Surprisingly, Omadide confirms everything we've heard from the Ghanaian cane weavers. He explains that the Ghanaians are restricted for 2 major reasons. they work fast, and they charge less. These two factors, it says, could disrupt the profit margins of Nigerian artisans.
To make the market so polluted, that's what I mean. But they produce fast. They produce fast. So by the time you are trying to draw a kind of item that will come to market, it's like this. Then when they overflow, then that market will not depreciate on that area. The reason why we do that, then they are trying to frustrate the market in terms of sales in the beginning. So that's why we notice that instead of that to happen, let us stay on their own, then we should stay on our own.
Omadide says while the migrants are not allowed to mix with Nigerians and display their trade, they are however free to establish their business in other locations.
That is the normal procedure, the constitution, what we have. That when they come, they will work for us. We normally collect basket from there to sell to our customer. So we don't want them to close to us in that way. It's like they will know how much we have selling to the owner. So that is why they not do it. But for now, it is old. For now, they have assets free, direct to customer. But they are not the midst of us here. Some day for Abalikoro, some day are turning down. That is how.
So whose responsibility is it to protect the interests of Ghanaians in Nigeria? We had requested an official response from the Ghanaian consulate in Lagos to find out if the mission is aware of the discrimination and what it is doing to stop the menace. TV360 Nigeria did not receive an official response from the Ghanaian consulate, but in a meeting we had with the Consul General, Senator Gifty Bukari, key officials of the consulate, the president of the Ghanaian community in Lagos, Augustine Appiah, as well as the Ghanaian cane weaver, Charles Sapong, it appears the consulate is aware of the problem, but may not want to ruffle any further. I'm just coming out from a meeting with the Ghanaian Consulate General, Senator Gifty Bukari, who appeared irate about a request for an interview, especially the part that spoke about publishing the findings of this investigation with or without an official response from the consulate. Now the Consulate General declined to give an official interview on what she's doing to ensure that Ghanaian cane weavers in the Mende area of Lagos are not discriminated against. Now our phones were confiscated and we are not allowed to take any recordings. As the second largest country with a migrant population of over 1.3 million, Nigeria has a national policy to address labor migration issues. Page 21 and 22 of the National Policy on Labor Migration clearly states that migrant workers have the right to negotiate by collective bargaining, enjoy freedom of movement, as well as upholding equal treatment and non-discrimination regardless of migration status. But it appears some Nigerian businesses are not willing to accommodate migrants. Director General of Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Nasima Shola Obadimu, says the unfair treatment of Ghanaian cane weavers is nothing short of bullying.
It's just a case of bullying. It's to some level a case of harassment. You know, even within the Nigerian environment, you can open a shop and start selling pepper, and the second day some people will come to you that they want to seal your shop.
So is there any law in Nigeria limiting the trading activities of migrant workers in Nigeria?
We have this ECOWAS treaty that encourages free movement of goods and services within the West African sub-region. So for West African nationals, they can do their business freely. We have Nigerians doing businesses all along the West African coast. So if they are West African nationals, they can do their business. So far it is a legit business, and when they are operating within the laws of Nigeria, they are free citizens.
Sadly, the problem of discrimination of migrant workers is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. There have been documented cases of discrimination against Nigerians in Ghana, xenophobic acts against other Africans in South Africa, and the general attitude of hostility against Africans, which experts say has affected the social, political, and economic cohesion of the continent.
As a Nigerian, if I'm heading up to Ghana, there's this
orientation, European orientation, that yes, I'm heading up the north of Africa. So they don't see this whole reality of trade between borders and trade within African countries. They just see everybody as a suspected migrant, as prospective migrants. So heading up to Ghana means you may be heading up further to Mauritania or that to Libya or Morocco, such thing. So and in this whole situation, people are made to be criminal, made to appear like criminals, because the moment you go across the barriers, the borders, and then you are not with the right documents, so to say, then you are seen as a criminal. And being a criminal means, yes, you are being identified as somebody who is illegal. And then you can see from this perspective, when one migrant does something that is wrong, so it is tied to a lot of other migrants at the end of the day. So we have this whole problem in the world now where we prejudice, or we just wrap up figures to say when one person is bad, the first person you meet at the end of the day, you just wrap up his tribe to be part of this whole problem.
They are what's affected because they are not captured and documented. So their country is not aware they are here, and our country is not aware they are here. I mean documentation-wise. Okay, so people like that will hardly go to the embassy to make reports or report to the Nigerian authority. Most times they will look for a way to manage the situation for as long as they can before they leave. So what can be done is that it goes back to the same point I made before, that our orientation agency, you understand, must make sure that they talk about these things. It's not talked about.
Bolariwa and Kweku may have resigned to fate and lost all hope of ever competing fairly with their Nigerian counterparts. But these talented cane weavers hold on to the dream of returning to their homeland someday, where they can live and work freely without fear or discrimination. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
It's good to have you join me on the program. I am Mary Kanu. Fresh crisis seems to be brewing in the camp of the Rivers State chapter of the ruling All Progressives Congress following the suspension of the party's chairman, Emeka Bekee, and legal advisor, Ihanyi Chukwuazubike, over alleged anti-party activities and financial misconduct. On Wednesday, the special leader of the party's executive committee in the state, Chike Einda, who led other members to a media briefing in Port Harcourt, also berated the immediate past Minister of Transportation and former Governor Rotimi Amechi for failing to lead the APC in Rivers State to victory since leaving office as governor in 2015. Einda, who accused Amechi for criticizing the president-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a move he described as anti-party, called on the national leadership of the APC to investigate the activities of the former Governor Amechi in Rivers State. In addition to all of this, the police command has invited the APC governorship candidate Tonye Cole for questioning following allegations that 2 people were shot and 1 person was killed by Tonye's aid. This happened when the PDP allegedly stopped members of the APC and COAL from gaining entrance into the office of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in Port Harcourt to access certified true copies of election documents. So far, there's been no confirmation that anyone died in the clash. Well, joining me now to speak on the troubled political atmosphere in Rivers State is political affairs analyst Nelson Ekujimi. It's good to have you join me. Now, the APC, the ruling party in the country, you could say, had quite an impressive outing in Rivers State during the just concluded elections, but the party's chairman, Emeka Bekay, has been suspended for alleged anti-party activity, specifically the failure of the party in some local government areas. Now, what are your thoughts on all of this development?
Well, thank you very much. The truth of the matter is that a party has its internal mechanism for running its affairs. And where members are found, to have flouted the rules of engagement within a political party, the party also has the dispute resolution mechanism, whereby the party can mete out disciplinary sanctions to members. But in meting out disciplinary sanctions to members, it is expected that the party will, comply with the rules of the party, which is to give the alleged member the right to fair hearing. And where that is not done, the party is liable to be, taken to court by that member, and who will seek the upturning of his or her suspension. So whatever happens within a party we must recognize that that party is recognized or registered under the laws of Nigeria as a corporate entity or as a political organization, and the party has the right to conduct its affairs in line with provisions of the Constitution. So it's not a new thing that a party is suspending its member. It's what happens every day, and because the party is people by human beings, there's no way you not find some persons who will feel that they can do and undo, forgetting that the party is governed by laws, just like the country is.
But this crisis between the APC and the PDP has long been on ground even before the 2023 general elections. Now, it seems to be getting worse. What exactly, many would like to know, what exactly is the reason behind this seeming animosity?
Well, it's a clash of interests. Don't forget that the former governor of the state, Right Honorable Chibuike Amechi, the erstwhile Minister for Transportation, was a Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly for 2 terms of 8 years. He was the governor of the state 2 terms for 8 years before, leading his new party under the PDP. He was governor under the PDP until he defected around 2014 thereabout to the APC, and he was part of the frontline members of the APC that led the APC to victory in the 2015 general election. And since then, he has, had a running battle with the current governor of the state, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, who is of the PDP. And since 2015, there has been no love lost between, both camps, that's the PDP and the APC. But sadly, the rumble about inspection of or getting certified true copy of documents from INEC, I think is totally uncalled for. For you to get certified true copy of documents for INEC, you must, come armed with a court order, with a court, permission. So I don't think it is right for anybody or any party to debar another party from, exercising its right as guaranteed under the law. A political party cannot just approach INEC and say, you must give us a copy of your certified true copy of materials. How the law permits INEC to have done that at the election stage, at the polling stations, at the ward level, at the ward collation center, at the local government collation center, as well as at the state collation center. So if you are looking for any other document, you need a court, a court order to do that. So if a party has gotten a court order to go and inspect, and another party is, debarring such a party, I don't think that is democratic. That must be condemned. If any party wants to access INEC materials, they know what to do according to law. It does not speak well of our democracy for people to come and, debar a person or a party that has been granted access by law, because we operate a constitutional democracy, and it behoves on all of us to play according to the rules. And what are the rules? The rules are that we must comply with the provisions of the Electoral Act as well as the Constitution in conducting our affairs. In that way, we'll be able to prevent breakdown of law and order. We'll be able to prevent, animosity that could, ensue between, parties and as well as individuals. So for me, the Buhari in Rivers State is not doing our democracy any good. It's a sad commentary on our democracy. And we cannot, but at this junction, call on all parties to respect the Constitution.
Since you've mentioned democracy, let's now talk about that, because while both parties, were seeking access to certified true copies of election documents, a clash broke out on Tuesday, at the Port Harcourt office of the electoral body INEC, where someone allegedly died. Now, couldn't that face-off have been avoided? Because incidents like this have become quite common in Nigerian politics. So can the country, or should I say the major political parties in the country, not practice peaceful politics?
Well, it's unfortunate that we practice politics of irresponsibility, because I don't see how you're going to access, a material that is already in public domain, can lead to you manipulating it or altering it. They must recognize that if INEC is giving you a copy of a material, INEC has over 20 copies of that material, warehouse in its, in its arsenal. And the PDP going there to debar the APC, it's not right. If the PDP wants to access those materials, they know what to do. The PDP is not a law enforcement agency. The responsibility for providing security at INEC or within the geographical territory of Nigeria lies solely with the Nigerian police. So what any party is doing with regards to debarring another party and leading to a breakdown of law and order that has resulted in maybe termination of somebody's life is something that we must all condemn. The parties must recognize that every political party has a right under the law to access INEC materials based on getting permission from the court of law. That is what the Electoral Act says. As I sit down here, even if I'm a candidate of a party, I cannot just go to INEC and say I want to access a material. For me to be able to do that, I need to get the permission of the law, and getting the permission of the law means getting an order from the court to do that. So anybody doing otherwise, this politics of I will stay on the road, I will provide a blockade for my political opponents, that is not the way to practice democracy. Democracy should be about flourishing of ideas. It should be about exchange of ideas to enrich and deepen the process, rather than this resort to fisticuffs, this resort to violence, which is absolutely condemnable.
Is it also possible that the bad blood has been created because the APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is now the country's president-elect, had a successful run in Rivers State, which we know is PDP's stronghold? Is it possible that this created the bad blood we're witnessing right now?
Well, a lot of things are possible, but don't also forget that the PDP in Rivers State, led by the incumbent governor Nyesom Wike, is part of the G5 governors of the PDP who splitted the party because of their grievances with regards to his southern presidency, which they have all cried foul about, that the party, the PDP, has violated the rules. And the governor of Rivers State made it very clear that his home and dry with southern presidency. So this call by the governor for a southern presidency must have been what led to some of his members of his party voting for the APC candidate, and the APC candidate who is the president-elect today. So in doing that, don't forget that there are some members of the party who were led by the former minister of transportation, who has been alleged to have been working with the opposition, which is the PDP. And if the governor, as the leader of the PDP in Rivers State, is swinging in one direction, and a member of the APC is also swinging in another direction against his party, there will definitely be a clash of interest. And even if there will be this clash of interest, one expects this clash to have been expressed by the votes of the people, as you know, as counted and the declaration made by INEC, rather than this resort to bad blood, resort to violence. You know, we can disagree, but the beauty of democracy is that, you know, you have a right, you know, to toe whichever line you want to, without, you know, ill feelings, without resorting to self-help. And at the end of the day, whoever the majority of the people have decided to pitch their tent with will be declared, you know, the winner by the electoral umpire. And that is exactly what has happened. So it is not unlikely, like you have rightly said, that some aggrieved forces within the APC who are on the other side, you know, their interest is clashing with the PDP, with some members of the PDP as led by the governor, who are on this side. And that crisis has, you know, continued to linger on. And it is a result of that crisis that we continue to see, even with regards to the right to inspect certified true copy of election materials at INEC by the APC.
Well, to douse all of this tension, do you think a reconciliatory move by the state governor, Nyesom Wike, will put an end to all of the clashes in the state?
Well, I will expect that in as much as we recognize that our politicians, they are a very, you know, how would I put it now? They are a very responsible lot. I put it in quotes. I put that responsible in quotes. I would expect that the APC, if it had gone, you know, to INEC and they have been barred from accessing the materials, the most logical thing for them to do at this point in time is not to take the laws into their hands, but rather to go back to the court and inform the court that your order is being undermined by XYZ. Then the court itself will take, you know, judicial notice of that, you know, subversion, that violation of his order, and do the needful. I don't expect them to be flexing muscles on the streets. I expect that if you have gone to court to seek, you know, an order, and somebody is flouting that order, as a Democrat, the most appropriate thing for you to do is to go back to that same court and say, my Lord, the order you gave, I've been unable to execute it. I have not been given the right, you know, to, you know, express that order you have given. And, you know, the courts know what to do. I think that is my advice to the APC.
All right, now, Nelson Ekujimi, political affairs analyst, thank you very much for your time and your insight.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, now we'll take a break now and be right back. Do stay with us. All right, welcome back to the program. We're still talking about the crisis in Rivers State between the two major political parties in the country, that is the All Progressives Congress and the People's Democratic Party. And joining me now to speak more on this is the former Deputy Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, Diron Odeyemi. It's good to have you join me on the program. Now, what are your thoughts on this seeming bad blood between the PDP and the APC in Rivers State? Although, of course, as opposition parties, they cannot be on the same page. But do you think the animosity is taking a turn for the worse?
I think this is expected in a normal political setting. But rather than allow it to degenerate into a physical attack, whereby lives are being lost, is what I detect. Politically, and during campaign, you are bound to sing songs, you know, against each other. Songs that are like a campaign for people to vote for your political party. But it shouldn't go beyond that. It should not resort to physical attack. And I would rather say that the security agencies have not been up and live to their duties and responsibilities. If they are, what we should be talking about now is not the crisis between APC or PDP. It's about the arrest that has been made against the perpetrators of people who are out to foment trouble. That is what I can say about that for now.
Right, but let's talk about the face-off between the APC and the PDP. Allegedly, members of the PDP stopped the APC from gaining access into the INEC office to access certified true copies of election documents. Do you think this clash somehow could have been avoided by both parties?
Of course, it could have been avoided. I want to believe that in virtually all INEC offices, we have security operatives guiding them. If access is being given to APC, there is nothing wrong in PDP saying, yes, if you want to access this document, let us be there as witness so that we know what you are doing. And if it is on the part of the PDP, there is nothing wrong if APC says, yes, we want to witness whatever it is we are doing, so that there will not be any collaboration between one political party and INEC. It is normal. But I think they still have to go through the court process to obtain this permission. And once the permission is granted, either individually to the political party or to each of the political parties, there should be a clause whether the two of them can witness the inspection at the same time or separately. Once this is not clear, once this is not separated, I think this is where we have the clash. And it is very wrong to say it is the PDP that caused the problem. No, I disagree with that.
But in the face of the unrest in Rivers State that we're currently witnessing, do you think a reconciliatory move by the state governor, Nyesom Wike, will in any way douse tensions between the two parties?
I think if that could be done, Wike will be playing the fatherly role as the governor over all the citizens of the state. So there is nothing wrong if such moves are made. I think it's a very good move, and I expect APC to reciprocate that by, aligning themselves with reconciliation moves and ensure that they stop all this bickering and all this physical attack, of innocent citizens.
All right, you mentioned something about security in the country, and we know that most of all of this fracas leads to loss of life. So what do you expect of security personnel in the country to do to prevent a situation like this from happening again?
I want to believe that the institution called security in Nigeria has broken down a long time. And I lost confidence in them the moment I read about what the DSS put out. That some people were planning interim government. I don't believe in DSS, issuing a release about people planning. What I expected of them is to have made arrest. So that is just by the way. Where is the investigative aspect of security in this country? For people to move from one destination to another, for them to move from one place to INEC office, there should have been security, there should have been information, available to the security agency to prevent them from clashing. That's what I mean. So the security operatives, I believe, have not done their homework or are not doing a good job in Rivers State. And that is why we see this kind of a situation happening. Not even only in Rivers, generally in Nigeria. Because the process of an election is, if you lose an election, you go to the tribunal. But once you allow people to start staging protests here and there, that's another thing that is coming up, which will not help our democracy. You can't win an election through protest, and you can't achieve anything through protest other than go to the tribunal and argue your case out. But you see people, coming out to say we are protesting against the outcome of this result, which is very novel in our democracy. And I expected the security agencies to have nipped this in the bud so that it doesn't escalate. But what do we see? It happened in one state, it's happening in another state, and is now the norm in the whole country, which I don't believe should be the practice.
Saying that now, once security personnel perform their duties, this political crisis in Rivers State will be resolved. Is that what you're saying?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Well, all right now, Diron Odeyemi, former Deputy Publicity Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, that's the program this week. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
me suis toujours dit que dans ma vie, le plus beau cadeau que je pourrais offrir aux jeunes filles et aux femmes, c'est de pouvoir m'engager dans un activisme en leur faveur. Elles veulent la paix, rien que la paix. Je suis Lina Ekomo, je travaille pour le leadership de la femme en République centrafricaine. La vie des Centrafricains a changé, notamment au niveau de la capitale où les mutineries ont démarré. Et c'est là où nous sommes, moi personnellement, je suis très marquée par l'absence de la paix. J'ai été vraiment frappée par les souffrances des femmes. Elles sont interceptées, interpellées par les groupes armés qui confisquent leurs produits de champ. Elles sont soumises à des punitions corporelles. Et pour les jeunes filles, en plus de ces punitions corporelles, elles sont systématiquement violées. Vous ne pouvez pas imaginer la magie du dialogue intergénérationnel. Ça permet à ces femmes de s'extérioriser, de s'ouvrir au monde extérieur. Après ça, je me dis qu'il faut faire quelque chose. Vous pouvez faire ça, non? Les femmes ne doivent pas participer de manière passive. Elles doivent être actives. Elles doivent avoir la possibilité de s'exprimer sur la situation des femmes, sur la situation des populations, sur la situation des jeunes, lorsqu'il y a les pourparlers de paix dans notre pays.
Lina Ekomo, Kamala Harris, ce sont des femmes leaders. Ce qui m'inspire chez ces femmes, c'est leur dévouement, leur courage, leur détermination. Pour cela, grâce à ces femmes, je me suis accrochée davantage à mes études pour pouvoir être à l'auteur d'ici demain de les remplacer.
And Ms. Lina Ekomo, coordinator of the network.
Je vais toujours continuer à soutenir les femmes parce que malgré les souffrances qu'elles endurent au quotidien, malgré les désastres matériels, physiques, psychologiques qu'elles subissent, chaque jour, elles font preuve de résilience et démontrent qu'il y a toujours de l'espoir. Un jour, les armes vont se taire en République centrafricaine et les femmes et les jeunes, la population pourra se lever pour construire ce pays. Je reste optimiste.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. Now, the government appears determined this time to follow through with its plan to remove the controversial petrol subsidy, which is costing the country so much. Before now, the government has said the petrol subsidy will go by June this year. And as that date draws near, it has announced that it has secured an $800 million facility from the World Bank to use as palliatives to cushion the effects of the subsidy removal on citizens. The plan is that the money would be disbursed to vulnerable and poor families across the country as part of the palliatives.
Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning Zainab Ahmed disclosed this last Wednesday while addressing State House correspondents after the Federal Executive Council meeting. Take a listen now to more of what she said.
When we're working on the 2023 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and the Appropriation Act, we made that provision to enable us exit fuel subsidy by June 2023. We're on course. We're having different stakeholder engagements. We've secured some funding from the World Bank. That is the first tranche of palliatives that will be that will enable us give cash transfers to the most vulnerable in our society that have now been registered in a national social register. $100 million US for the national scale-up of the National Social Investment Program at the World Bank. And it's secured, it's ready for disbursement.
Well, joining me on the program now to speak more on this is the Managing Director, Cowrie Asset Management Limited, Johnson Chukwu, who joins us from Abia. Mr. Chukwu, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Thanks a lot for your time. But let me ask you this. What do you make of this $800 million facility? At the moment, we do not know whether it's a loan or a grant, but it's a lot of money that we're going to use to fight subsidy removal.
Thank you, Deji, for having me. I don't think it's going to be a loan. I think it's like a grant. You know, the World Bank and IMF have been indicating interest in supporting the Nigerian government to take out the subsidy, because the subsidy has not been of much benefit to the society, to the larger society of Nigeria, to the larger populace. So I believe that the 800 million is a grant. But beyond that, the first thing we have to look at that the government budget for this year, if we sustain the subsidy, is going to be about $13 billion, about 6.7 trillion naira. And the government officials have said that we are spending about 440 billion naira on a monthly basis to subsidize petrol, PMS, fuel. So the $800 million is just a drop in auction. But the key thing for me is that the government has to come up with a well-articulated plan on how to cushion the impact of subsidy. I've been an apostle consistently that the government cannot sustain a subsidy. But I'm also conscious of the fact that subsidy removal will have some negative impact on the society, particularly the most vulnerable in the society. So I think beyond the fact that World Bank is giving the government about $800 million to cushion, to apply to support the most vulnerable in the society, we need to a well-thought-out program to deal with the fallout of the subsidy, so that we don't end up with a policy that will badly affect the most vulnerable.
You don't think the plan to give is it monthly cash handouts now to the vulnerable in society, as the government plans to do it? You don't think that's enough?
Well, with the first you ask yourself, how much is $800 million in terms of giving a handout to the most vulnerable in the society? From the register, the registrar of people who are most vulnerable, I think they have more than 10 million people there.
Yes.
So if you want to get $800 million to the 10 million people, that's about $80
It's even more than 10 million. The minister said 10 million households, but altogether about 50 million persons.
So if you're talking about 50 million persons and you're talking about $800,000, so it's a pittance. And then the most vulnerable will need that support on a monthly basis for some time to win them of the pressure that will come from the subsidy. So like what I was saying, previously the government had come up with a clear plan, issues of providing public transport systems, subsidizing public transport systems, issues of conditional cash transfer to the most vulnerable. I have advocated that we should have what they call cost of living allowance to those at the lower rung of the civil service and public service, as well as private sector employees, so that those people at very, very low income levels can get a cost of living allowance to support them for a number of months. And then for those in private employment, so for those in self-employment that are in very low income, the government should also have another method of supporting them, providing them either seed capital to support their businesses or providing monthly allowances. But it has also to be phased out. It has to be determined. You have to determine the time you will phase it out. then you have to look at issues around transport system. The major challenge that people have with the subsidy is that it will lead to an uptick or upsurge in transport costs. So the government had in the past planned to provide public transport systems that will make it possible for people to commute within the cities and intra-city movements at lower costs. I have not heard anything like that. All I've heard is that the government is trying to take out the subsidy, which I support, but I also believe that the government needs to come out with a clear plan on how to deal with the most vulnerable. It's beyond the fact that a multilateral agency like the World Bank is supporting us. What have we done as a country to think through that process and plan to support ourselves? For me, it's biggest logic that all we are hearing now is that the World Bank has provided $800 million to support Nigeria. But what has the Nigerian government plan to cushion the impact of the subsidy removal on the most vulnerable? That's what we should be discussing. Because a handout is a handout. No country will ever survive on a handout. Countries survive and prosper because they have a well thought out, well articulated, well planned, and well managed economic policies that lead to economic growth and economic opportunities for the most vulnerable in the society.
Now, let me ask you this. As we speak today, local refining is still not happening. The Dangote refinery is not in operation yet, even though the expectation is that it will come into operation soon. We don't know if that's going to happen before June. And of course, we know that the government is fixing some of its own refineries, like the Warri refinery, for instance. But then local refining has actually not. Would it be wise now to remove this subsidy without having local refining first?
No, local refinery will never come up until you have the subsidy removed. This is why we have issued multiple licenses for refineries, and none of them has come. Almost none of them has become operational. Maybe about 2 or 3 have become operational. Is because the subsidy does not support a situation where people can buy crude at a commercial rate, produce or refine the crude, and wait for government to buy the crude from them at subsidized rate and sell to the public. Because once you have that, you're going to live at the mercy of the government officials who may not like your face and may not buy your products. And if you don't buy your product, you're dead on arrival. So that's why refineries will not come up until we have the subsidy removed. Subsidies removal must come before the refineries will come up. But the key thing for me is that in the interim, while we're waiting for the local refineries to come up, that there is a method, a system, a well-thought, well-developed system to manage the fallout, particularly to the most vulnerable. One of the things I always believe when you talk of removal of subsidy or the impact as it relates to whether Dangote refinery will solve the problem is that we must also bear in mind that Dangote refinery will buy crude at international market prices. And if Dangote refinery buys crude at international market prices, Dangote refinery will sell refined products to the local market at international market prices. And because Nigeria does not own the entire crude, but if Nigeria decides to sell crude to Dangote refinery and in Naira, Nigeria will never have enough foreign exchange earnings to meet other international obligations. So we should perish the thought that Dangote refinery is a silver bullet that solves all the problems as it relates to availability of refined petroleum products at lower costs. The key thing for me is that we must develop an approach to dealing with the most vulnerable. In the long run, if we take out the subsidy, the medium to the long run, the refineries will come up, local refineries will come up, and then ultimately, locally refined product will come at a price that is lower than imported refined petroleum product, because we're going to eliminate some of the costs that lead to the current price of refined petroleum product. Issues like freight charges, issues like insurance, issues like lead time, financing costs it takes to take crude from Nigeria to overseas and bring them back, issues of refining it with foreign labor, which is more expensive. These things will be eliminated, and we're going to have products that will be at the pump head at prices below what they are today. So we're going to have an elevated price at the initial instance, but in the medium to long term, once local refineries will come in, then we should have lower prices.
I was actually going to ask you that, because I know you're a staunch apostle of subsidy removal, but you know that those who are against it are saying, look, the moment you remove it, the price of petrol will go up. We've seen suggestions of around 750 naira per liter. And what people are wondering is, for people like you, what assurance would you be giving people out there, those who are against this subsidy removal, that prices will eventually come down?
Okay, before I take that question, I want to mention the fact that today you also mentioned in your earlier question that the government is making efforts to reactivate or revive existing refineries. I think that is throwing good money against bad money. Those refineries have gone beyond their useful life. Their FCC, the fluid catalytic cracking devices, FCCD, are obsolete. They are no longer in tandem with today's technology. So if we continue to throw money at those refineries, Port Harcourt refineries, Warri refineries, Kaduna refineries, we're just wasting that money. If you cast your mind back to the former Minister of State for Petroleum, Dr. Ibekachukwu, he had made commitments to the country multiple times that if we don't get the refineries working, that he was going to scrap them. The refineries are not yet scrapped, and we are still spending money on trying to reactivate them. I think we should perish that thought and focus on deregulating the market, creating palliatives for those who will be most vulnerably affected. The money we're using to fix the refineries, we should use to create those palliatives, and ultimately bring in private capital to go into the downstream sector and the oil and gas sector. But back to the second question you asked, I'm going to use a life example that many of us are living witnesses to. For those of who have been around for the past 30 years or thereabout, if you cast your mind back to when GSM was introduced to this country, prior to that, the tariff that Nitel was charging was an insignificant amount of what the GSM started charging. The GSM started charging 150 naira per minute of airtime when they started. If you also recall that 150 naira per minute was more than $1 per minute, and that was multiple times what Nitel was charging. But what has happened today? Today, what is the airtime per second? We've gone to per second billing. We have gotten to a point where you pay less than 4 naira per minute of airtime, and then most people are actually using data to make their calls.
And you think the same thing can happen with petrol?
Absolutely, because we have the crude, we have sweet crude. The API of Nigerian crude is quite high, which means they are light crude and they are easy to refine. The cost of refining Nigerian crude is quite lower compared to heavy crude, which then means that once we deregulate the market, we're going to refine, you're going to have refineries that will set up here, buy Nigerian crude at international market prices, refine them, and sell to the market. And once competition comes in, supply will outstrip demand, and prices will moderate, which is what we have had with the telecommunications sector. Nobody will imagine that from 150 naira, which was more than $1 then, because dollar was about 118 naira to $1, that today we're dealing with 4 naira per minute. And just compare that to maybe less than 20 naira per minute in most instances for those who are still on pay as you go. But the reality is that a deregulated downstream oil and gas sector will lead to investment flowing into that sector, will lead to multiple refineries being established, and will lead to competition. And that will even do a lot of things good for the economy. Beyond the fact that we could actually develop to the point we begin to export refined petroleum products, which is outside our operate quota. We will also develop our petrochemical industry, we'll develop our pet industry, and several other byproducts of the refinery industry.
I guess the challenge is how to get the people now to accept, to cope with the initial inconveniences, you know, especially in terms of price going up, and how the government handles that, especially with the labor unions too. Well, how the government handles that will determine how successful it will be, because we know the labor unions are insisting that they're not going to accept this. But we just have to wait and see. Johnson Chukwu, Managing Director, Cowrie Asset Management, thank you very much for your time, sir, and thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be discussing politics. Don't go away. Stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything: opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Welcome back. Let's discuss political matters now. Ahead of the inauguration of the 10th National Assembly in June, the jostle for the coveted seat in the upper chamber continues to gather steam as the lobbying game intensifies. Already, the struggle for the Senate presidency among various geopolitical zones has widely been discussed. Many of the zones, of course, insist that the positions should be zoned to them for the sake of equity and inclusiveness. Currently, those eyeing the 10th Senate presidency include serving Senate President Ahmed Lawan, who is of the APC from Yobe North, Senator Sani Musa, APC Niger East, the Senate Chief Whip, Senator Ojuz Okalo, who is of the APC, that's from Abia North. There's also Senator Jibrin Barao of the APC in Kano North. There's Senator Godswill Akpabio, APC of Akwa Ibom Northwest. Deputy Senate Leader, Senator Abdul Ningi, APC Bauchi Central. And there's, of course, Senator Abdulaziz Yari, who is of the APC in Zamfara. There's also former Senate Leader Ali Ndume. And, of course, there's also Senator Osita Izunaso of the APC in Imo State. Now, political pundits believe that for national unity and integration, the speaker position should go to a Christian to balance the Muslim ticket of the president-elect and his deputy. Now, that same position, of course, has been canvassed for the Senate presidency as well. Already, President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu has said he has no preferred candidates for the leadership of the National Assembly. But the truth is that he would definitely want to be involved in who becomes the next Senate president, and of course the leadership now of the National Assembly. But let's discuss this some more. Joining me on the program right now from the United States of America, Maryland to be precise, is Lanre Suraj, who is a political affairs analyst and of course a civil society leader. Lanre, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Give me your thoughts on where the Senate presidency should go to.
Yeah, I think part of what we really want to look at and get away from, and especially because of what has happened with the general election, the presidential election to be precise, is the way that we've allowed ethnic and also religious sentiment to determine the attention that we're giving to the electoral process and also the final outcome. As usual with our politicians, this is what we're also going to play up with the leadership of the National Assembly. I totally understand the need for us to see how we build an inclusive governance system and also representation. But I think the primary consideration for us and also for the politician in the interest of the country is to give, that credence to more of capacity, integrity, and also the background of an average person before we start talking about, the region or even the religion that they represent. Unfortunately, that is not being the case. That is why
isn't that what our country is about? Because, I mean, you look at it, you look at what is going on in the country now, you look at the debates and everything. Unfortunately, you would say the reality is that, these issues rank very high. I mean, the issues of ethnicity, religion, and what have you. It's just our reality, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's it's not even about the debate. It's the reality. Look at what happened with the election. If you look at the kind of votes that came from the Southeast, for instance, so you can see how it majorly went to a particular candidate. I mean, that is really not the kind of thing that we want to expect or we want to see happening in the country. I mean, we don't want to have that level of division that we want to promote within our midst, and it is important for us, as media, civil society, and the opinion molders in the society, and the healing process it is not about just placating some section. It's about putting the right issues and the right consideration, the right criteria for the selection of people who would occupy leading political offices. And for me,
let me ask you this pointed question now. What do you make of those who say, look, for the sake of balance, balance, especially when you consider, well, it's not a term I like using, this so-called Muslim ticket, that is necessary. You have some balance and probably give the Southeast region, for instance, some kind of sense of belonging, and so zone the Senate presidency to the Southeast and have a Christian Senate president.
Yeah, I would want to see where there is always, I might, if that is going to be the final consideration, I might not really have an issue with a consideration for a Christian Senate president. My worry would be if we want to really look at the balancing, and unfortunately, we've seen that not really happening in many places, in many instances. I don't mind if it's going to be a Christian Senate president who is selected on the basis of the merit and the quality that is bringing to the office, not because it's going to be a Christian. So if we have a single Christian that is unworthy of becoming a Senate president, I would be the last person to support him to emerge as a Senate president because he's a Christian. So I want to see where a situation we have a Christian that is capable of living up to the expectation because of the quality and integrity is going to parade rather than the religion that it belongs to. And the same thing for me will go to the regional consideration that you're talking about. And it is not just going to be about saying, oh, okay, so go to the Southeast because you need to get the Southeast to be part. I mean, there are other regions that have not really been captured. If you want to look at it, if you're looking at it in terms of the divide between the North and the South, so it's a Southerner that is the president. So if you have the Southerner to become the Senate president, it means that the Southerner is controlling the Senate, is controlling the...
There's also the position of the Speaker, of course, that some people have said should go to the North.
So, I mean, but the leader of the National Assembly, as it stands, is the Senate president. So, at that point, when you want to look at it, the Speaker, yes, becomes the number 4 citizen, but that is really not the leader or the head of the Senate. So, the head of the Senate, of the
National Assembly, you mean? Yes.
Is the Senate president. So, and you still have the North Central that is not also considered in the whole mix. For now, you still have the Northwest that is still not considered. You still have the South that is still not considered. So it is going to be a function, like I said, of more of credibility, consistency. You are not going to tell me to go to the Southeast when possibly the only candidate that is going to come from the Southeast is someone with the baggage of, corruption charges that are still going on in court. And I would want to say that person should emerge because he comes from the Southeast. No.
The good thing is that he's not that individual you refer to is not the only APC senatorial senator now from the Southeast. There's also senators and so, but that's just by the way. Now, let me ask you, how difficult do you think this is going to be for the APC to deal with? Because obviously it's going to be a very tight one, and if the party doesn't handle it carefully, it could actually cause some kind of division. And then, look, yes, it's true the APC has a majority, is going to have a majority in the 10th Assembly, but the truth is that you still would need the buy-in of lawmakers now, senators from the other political parties to emerge, to choose a Senate president.
No, I mean, we saw what happened in 2015, how, the APC with its majority actually lost the control of the National Assembly leadership, where some of the members of the APC struck a kind of deal with the PDP at that time to have an APC Senate president and also a PDP deputy Senate president. And also the same thing went to the speakership because the House of APC was not properly managed. What you can still give to them as at that time is the fact that it was just an emerging political party. So there could be that there wasn't really that strong control of the party. But when you look really at the Nigerian politician, they really don't operate and abide by any reasonable rules. Almost everybody is a master or a lord unto himself. So there's very weak party control and mechanisms to deal with some of this kind of situation. And it is really also with the APC, it is not that party that you can say it's actually a party of discipline itself. That you look at the way it's carrying on with its activities and conduct, even conduct of some of the members of the party, even ministers in the party, how they work against the party or how they fight within themselves, even while serving in the same government, as if there's no president or there's no chairman of the political party. So you can't really expect anything, constructive or totally popular emerging from whatever decision is going to be taken.
Now, when you hear the president-elect, when you hear the president-elect say he has no preferred candidates and sort of gives off that impression that he's not really not really concerned or really not really focused on how the Senate leadership plays. I mean, what do you make of that? Do you take that with a pinch of salt, or you believe it completely that, look, the president-elect would not be very much interested in who becomes the next Senate president?
No, that is just a mere political statement, and then also try to ward off some of those that would want to lobby the president-elect for his support. There's no president that would not be interested in the emergence or who emerge or as the speaker or even the leadership of the parliament. That is too sensitive for any politically savvy president to stay aloof. There's no way the president-elect would not be interested. He might say that he's not choosing a favored candidate amongst the lot, and that is what you would expect, if you want to give a level of playing field to almost everybody. But I expect, really from the president-elect to have not just start building, and I trust him to be doing that. I mean, from what has been the experience, either as the Lagos State governor and then also his intervention as one of the leaders in APC before now, to have commenced the process of trying to manage, the process of the emergence of the leadership of the National Assembly, to reduce the effect, the amount, and also the level of rancor that is going to bring about post the election for the leadership of the National Assembly. I would expect there will be overwhelming, solicitation going to him and those that are closer to him now. But I'm sure, and I know for a certain that is not as aloof as you will hear from that statement.
Now, final question before I let you go. You look at the current National Assembly, female representation is really at the lowest, really bad, doesn't look good at all. Don't you think it's time we made a law, time for affirmative action, that we made a law prescribing the number of, say the number of positions now that should be reserved for women in political parties, so that when it comes to elections, I mean, you have a clear idea, and that way you'd be able to get at least a sizable number of women to come into parliament and to come into government, to be represented.
I think I would sincerely want to go it the other way around. I think what really needs to change is our mentality. Changing the law really does not change the thinking of people many times.
But we've always talked about this mentality. It will never change. It's never changed. Nothing has given way. Things are getting worse for women representation.
Let me give you a very solid example. I mean, because it is the mentality that people need to imbibe it and see it as a normal, not as something that is imposed. The APC that started with AD started with having deputy governorship candidates as women, and in the Southwest. And that even spread outside the Southwest because the mentality of the people really didn't change. They reversed that such that even now, I think you can only talk about a female deputy governor in the whole of Southwest, only in Ogun State. In all other states, they reversed the trend. It is because they have not changed that psyche of this masculine thing that is associated with politics and political offices. And that is completely highly patriarchal in our thinking and approach.
And that's my point, that look, because they are not going to change, and I'm happy you referred to the AD, and that when they started, that they would normally have female deputy governors. But you know things have changed since then. Yeah. Things have actually gotten worse. In fact, you don't have female governors anymore. I mean, deputy governors anymore. Hardly.
Go to the House of Assembly. When they started with the Houses of Assembly, you see substantial number of them, even in the Houses of Assembly.
But they're not there anymore.
They're not just anywhere. So even these guys, if you start chasing them up about even changing the law, they might even not consider changing the law. I've been part of that affirmative action engagement of the National Assembly since 1999. And it is just few steps forward, many steps backward, because these guys don't see why they should concede even seats to the next person. They won't mind if you want to bring in their wife, their children, but they know that they are not going to achieve the acceptance, except for appointments to commissionership and ministerial offices. Outside that, they know their children don't even have the political clout to win the elections. So for them, they are not willing to concede those space to the other women that are around. They're comfortable making them, women leader, women organizing, whatever. And this is where it's important that we continue engaging with this reorientation. And that is where we must, in all our own outside politics, and this would also help us in many of our private establishments, we should continue to give leadership role and position to women so that our women can continue exemplifying their special traits and performances to discharge duties excellently, more than their male counterpart. And with that, we can continue showcasing the capacity of women to deliver more than even some of their male counterparts.
Well, my only worry is that moral suasion might just not be enough. So that we just might need to go the next step by putting it in the Constitution so that, all these political parties wouldn't have a choice. But that's a debate for another day anyway. That's a debate. And I know how controversial that debate is.
No, they are not mutually exclusive. We can continue to run the both of them, but it's important to also go that line of ensuring that we change the mentality and the thinking of people. Absolutely. Not seeing women as just the servicing, arm of the political party and also the political offices, but an active role player, in those endeavors.
Sure. Lanre Suraj, thank you very much for coming on the show. Thanks for your time. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Let's continue the discussion on where the next Senate president of this country should come from. I'm now being joined on the program by Theo Akatuba, who is a political affairs analyst. Theo, thank you very much for joining us on the program. In your opinion, where should the next Senate president of this country come from?
based on the contributions of the various zones and the fact that we had a very big discussion about the Southeast presenting, being the president, or getting a president from the Southeast extraction. I believe that the ruling party should consider to the southeast of the country. But it looked like they seem not to have anyone else other than Ojus or Kalu.
Well, there's Senator Osita Ezunaso, who's from Yes, there's Senator Osita Ezunaso from Imo State, who's also a senator, and he's actually a ranking senator because he's been in the Senate before.
Okay, what is his name?
Senator Osita Ezunaso. I'm very sure you know him.
Okay, now I know. What I'm saying is that he's not popular within the rank and file of the party from this name that I've just heard.
Well, he's quite popular. I mean, he's a former national organizing secretary of the party and has been in the APC for quite a while. He's very well known, and he used to chair a committee in the Senate.
Very good. Very good. So I think they should consider the Southeast so that that can be a form of pacification.
But does it also make it difficult? Sorry to interject.
Feel a sense of belonging.
Yeah, sorry to interject now. Does it also make it difficult when you have very few senators from a particular zone, that it makes it difficult to select or to zone the Senate presidency to that zone? Especially, for instance, if apart from Osita Ezunaso,
yes,
the next senator is Senator Ojus Okalu.
Maybe you have to look at if the choices are many. Okay, so I think that when you have variety, you have more choices to make. It makes it better for the party. If it's restricted to a few, they feel that they are boxed. And you know, there are a lot of other considerations. How widely accepted are these people back home? In what way will it contribute to future electoral fortune? And so they look at all of that. But we have a very difficult situation in our hands, and it's a good time. No matter how narrow the choices are, they should settle for one of them. But they can also do something, like take a look at Nnamani, who worked for the party openly and have suffered some misfortune as a result of that, being suspended from their party, the PDP. You have in Ghana right now, the opposition, it has been speaker, and they've been working harmoniously with the president. We must test our democracy. And so they can look at Nnamani, who is experienced and who has shown that he's not moved to play only along party lines.
But Nnamani is not in the Senate because he did not win his, he didn't win his senatorial election.
Win.
He lost.
Okay, I thought he won.
No, he lost.
I thought he won. I'm seeing the list. I've just seen it now. So I feel that, you know, the Senate race is just so close that it might elude the Southeast again if the choices are so few. Take note, from what I gather, there's been a lot of rejection of the two choices. I do not know whether they reject them for genuine reasons. I have followed certain opinion gauging, and a lot of them don't seem to be enamored about Ken Nnamani at all. And so, Ojus Okalu at all. They are not even mentioning the other guy, the other senator that you mentioned his name. And so it's a difficult decision for the APC, but I see them settling for the Southeast ultimately.
Now, another question I want to ask you is, look, beyond the APC, the other parties will obviously have a say. It's true the APC has a majority, but then you also have quite a number of other political parties represented in the Senate. So it's not an overwhelming majority for the APC. So how important are these other political parties in deciding who becomes the next Senate president? Because it's also important to consider what these political parties feel as well. besides what the APC feels.
That's very true. You remember what happened in the 8th Senate when Saraki teamed up with the PDP guys, and well, they were able to get it, and they put Saraki there and did a good deal for themselves. In this particular 10th Senate, you have just raised a very important question. It means that all the candidates that are jostling for the top seat of the Senate, the presidency of the Senate, they will have to work closely and try to win support across party lines in all that. So it might bring in some dynamics that the APC might not have the full 100% control over who should be the Senate president. There will be some horse trading and there will be some promises here and there, so that, but if APC closes rank and APC has made a choice of who, it will be much more easier for APC to take control. But if among the APC contenders, they remain divided and unwilling to step down for one another, it becomes an interesting contest. At that point, all the other political parties will play a major role.
From what you see, I mean, sitting where you are now, from what you see, do you think we might be in for another Saraki scenario that you talked about?
We could be if APC and their top contenders for the seat do not close rank. If there is any disagreement among them of who should be the Senate president and none of them willing to step down for another, we could be heading in that direction.
Now, let's face it, the APC did not do well in the last presidential election in the southeast of the country. It didn't do well too during Buhari's 2 elections. It didn't do well at all. So the APC, since it was formed, has never done well in the southeast. Do you think zoning, if the party now decides to zone the Senate seats now, the Senate presidency seat to the southeast, that might change the fortunes of the party in the southeast and probably get the people of the southeast to begin to believe in the APC?
I don't think so. The Southeast have a certain aversion towards the APC that is beyond performance, is beyond party offices and sharing of power to members of that zone. This last election showed that clearly. Many of the APC members, a lot of the big APC Southeasterners, they didn't play their politics open. They were very coded about their support for their party. Some of them even could have voted against the party in order to carry forth the Southeastern agenda in the Nigerian political equation. And so even if the presidency is zoned to the Southeast, from the kind of opinion and reaction that I'm getting, all they wanted is the big prize. And at this point, a lot of them are saying whether you give us a Senate president or not, that will not change our disposition towards the APC. And so this is why, when I look at it, I see the APC finding the Southeast an attractive and virgin ground to play into. And so this is why, having made a South-South person a deputy Senate president, and that has resulted in growth. So I see a chance that an Akpabio, I see a chance that some South people might come forward and play important in the Senate presidency to the disadvantage of the Southeast.
Quite interesting. Quite interesting, no doubt. The coming days, we'll just wait and see how it plays out. Theo Katuba, thank you very much for coming on.
Let me, just before you go.
Yes.
I know that it's surely going to be a non-Muslim. It's surely going to be someone from the Southeast or South-South, but not the Southwest. But I see it swinging to the South-South finally. Reason because the Southeastern leaders of the party need to do more than they have been doing. They need to be bolder in their representation of their party. They need to make much more inroad and direct conversion of Southeastern. There's no big conversation in the Southeast about the APC. So I think they need to do more.
And I think I agree with you, no doubt at all. And because, I mean, it's just what we see. Anyway, we can't deny that. Thank you very much, Theo, for coming on the program. And thank you for your insights as always. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the internal wrangling within the Labour Party seems to have deepened following the replacement of Julius Abure by the Deputy National Chairman South of the party, Lamidi Bashir Apapa, in acting capacity. Speaking after an emergency meeting held at the party's secretariat in Abuja, Apapa said the National Working Committee of the party acted on the judgment of a federal Capital Territory High Court, which restrained Abure from parading himself as the national chairman of the Labour Party over allegations of anti-party activities. The court also restrained 3 other officials of the party from continuing in office. Among them are Umar Farouk Ibrahim, the national secretary of the party, Oluchu Okpara, the national treasurer, and Clement Ojukwu, the national organizing secretary. Now, the restraining order was the outcome of an ex parte application brought before the court by 8 aggrieved members of the party. But in a counter judgment, an Edo State High Court issued an order restraining the Labour Party from removing or suspending Abure and others from office pending the determination of a motion on notice. So, as we speak, there are 2 contradictory orders from 2 courts of coordinate jurisdiction on the issue, further creating more confusion. Now, this whole crisis started when a ward now in the Edo State chapter of the Labour Party suspended the national chairman of the party, Julius Abure, over alleged anti-party activities last week. Meanwhile, the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, has passed a vote of confidence on the embattled national chairman of the Labour Party, Abure, declaring that he still remains the chairman of the party. The NLC now, in a statement issued by its president, Joe Ajero, on Thursday, said the grounds for suspending the party chairman and others, either in the courtroom or outside it, are non-existent but orchestrated by mischievous forces. He urged the court to review its decision forthwith. Let's discuss this issue further now. I'm being joined on the program by Oyelekun Akingbade, who is the national legal advisor now of the Labour Party. He joins us from Abuja. Mr. Akingbade, thank you very much for joining us on the program. As we speak today, there are 2 contradictory court orders now. Courts of coordinate jurisdiction, as I said in my intro. So what exactly is the situation? Which court order stands? Which court order now is recognized by the party?
All right, thank you very much for having me. I'd like to speak straight to the issue. Yeah, there are 2 court orders. The first one came and the other one came 4 hours after. Now, the FCTI court's restraining order was very specific. The restraining order did not remove the national chairman, Julius Abure. What the restraining order did was straight, restraining them from parading themselves because of what was brought before the court. And what was brought before the court was straight. Number 1, documents that were forged by Abure and his cohorts. What are these documents? They withdraw a letter from the candidate who never withdrew. Fake affidavit from court. Fake seal. Fake receipts. Fake TSA generated receipt were the document that was put together by Abure And these documents were purported supposed to be the documents from the FCT High Court. So what we did was approach the FCT High Court and say, oh, in light of this forgery, can Abure continue to be the national chairman? And the court said, oh, you are restrained, meaning just hold on a little set aside so that you can hear your matter.
So and, what you're saying now, sorry to interject, so this has nothing to do with that decision by the ward executive of Abure in Edo State?
No, we are talking about the documents before the court, the documents that were forged.
So this is a completely different,
now, why?
Different case.
You know, they are complete different issues. Now, the order from Benin was asking Labour Party not to remove or suspend Abure. And as you speak, we are not removing. We are saying the court in Benin was specific. So don't remove based on the allegation of anti-party and all that. Don't remove him. Now, as we speak, we have not removed Abure. We've only asked him to step aside. So the two court orders have been obeyed. Now, the party has taken a decision. We have reviewed the two orders, and we have come up with the resolution that, oh, there is a vacuum now. Why? Because the court said, don't parade yourself. Even though you are the chairman, don't parade yourself now. That means, though you are the chairman, you cannot act in this capacity now. So there is a vacuum. And what the ESCO, the National Working Committee members have done is to follow our constitution and appoint an acting national chairman. Now, acting means just be there for a while we sort out all the cases in court. As soon as the court, give its verdict and say, oh, Mr. A to continue, then the party will obey the order. But as it stands today, there are two orders from two different courts. We have obeyed the two orders. One, the one that talks about the restraining, we've actually acted on it, and we have put in place an acting national chairman who will hold forth for Abure pending the time we sort out all the legal issues.
Now, you did talk about the issue of forgery of the withdrawal of a candidate. If I may ask, which candidate would you be referring to?
In fact, several candidates' signatures were forged, but the one that actually prompted the case at hand was the one by Ezeoku, the governorship candidate of Labour Party in Ebonyi State. And what happened was there was a valid primary conducted by the party, where Ezeoku emerged as the candidate of the party. But consequently, Abure, in his way, got another person who paid him 400 million and other issues, other things attached. And immediately, he now forged the documents of the person who actually won the primary to substitute for a new person. And that was the Ezeoku approached the Federal High Court. He won at the Federal High Court. The matter was appealed at the Court of Appeal. He won at the Court of Appeal. He also won at the Supreme Court. Now, his lawyer also wrote a petition to the Inspector General of Police. And the DIG Force CID was detailed to investigate the matter. The police investigated, conducted forensic analysis, came up with their report, which indicted all the 4 officers involved in the matter. So that was exactly what happened.
You talked about the collection of 400 million. I'm just wondering, 400 million naira, that's a lot of money. Have you got any evidence at all that money actually exchanged hands?
Yes. When during the police investigation, the candidate that was substituted eventually made a statement before the police, and that he paid 200 million in 4 installments, 50 million in 4 installments to the account of the national treasurer. So for onward disbursement to the other officers, which was actually disbursed, and other money was paid, totaling 400 million naira. During police investigation, the candidate who was substituted eventually wrote a statement before the police, and he actually mentioned the money he paid. that he paid 200 million in 4 installments, 50 million, to the account of the national treasurer in respect of the matter. And if I may shock you, this money was meant to be money for the party, but the money did not pass through the account of the party. The money actually exchanged hands. And other money that was paid in respect of the candidacy of that man.
And the money did not go into the party's account at all. You're absolutely sure of that?
Oh, at all. The money went to private pockets.
Now, some people have alleged that that this is like an outside force now that is trying to tear the party apart. What would your reaction be to that?
I want to state emphatically that it has nothing to do with any outsider. This issue is within the party, and it's been on for over 5 months. Particularly, I've also heard that people talk about the fact that probably APC are the one infiltrating the party. I want to tell you in my honor that it has nothing to do with APC. We are obedient 100%. And if I may take you down memory lane, prior to the campaigns and all that, I erected billboards in my state for Peter Obi because of my belief in his capacity. Because I believe that Peter Obi has the answer to Nigerian problem. I believe in his capacity. I believe in his integrity. I believe in his capacity to turn around things for this country. So as we speak, every one of us who are in this struggle, if I may call it that way, are pro-Obi. We are for Obi 100%. And Obi, on Obi's mandate, we stand. But we are saying that he that must come to equity must come with clean hands, and not that alone. If we are trying to, sell out a project, we are trying to sell out, something to the Nigerian people about the integrity of Obi, about the fact that Obi is bringing new narratives to leadership in Nigeria, not in Nigeria alone, in Africa and world at large. Then within us, we must do things rightly. If I must tell you, one thing Obi has brought to Labour Party is sanity. Obi brought due process. Obi has brought integrity into the Labour Party. And we all must embrace the virtues that Obi has brought. And that is the reason why we say we need to sanitize this house. We cannot, be in a house where we have people who forge documents, forge court documents. No. That is not what Peter Obi stands for.
You must have seen the reaction of the Nigeria Labour Congress. The president of the Congress now, Joe Ajero, issued a statement saying that Abure remains the chairman and that he can't be removed, that there are processes, that those processes have not been followed, and that the Nigeria Labour Congress was passing a vote of confidence in his leadership, on his leadership, I should say. So what's your reaction to that?
Well, first and foremost, I want to believe that the president of NSC is not abreast of the happenings. Nobody has removed Abure. We are saying the court restrained Abure because of the forgery committed by him. Now, I want to believe that the president of NSC is yet to have the full details of what transpired. Yes, we have a constitution that actually laid down process that must be followed before such an action can be taken. Yes, but we are saying that there is a court order now. The court order did not say, oh, you are no more. Because I say you are restrained. And in just semantics, you are restrained means though you are so person, but you cannot carry out the function of that office now, pending the time we are done with some issues that are related to the matter. So that's just it. So I want to believe that in due time we're going to communicate fully to the Congress, the NSC president and the Congress, so that they will be fully abreast about the happenings.
Let me ask you this: the NLC, what exactly? Since you're the national legal advisor, so you would know. Going by the constitution of your party, what is the position of the NLC? Is the NLC the highest decision-making organ of the party, that when the party takes a decision, it has to get the ratification of the NLC? No.
The NSC is not the decision-making organs for the party. But the LMC is the parent of the party. They gave birth to Labour Party. So they have a stake. Now, of course, the party is an individual who can actually take decision and do whatever, it thought wise to do. So the decision of the party is not subject to ratification from NLC. But we are saying that as parents, they are stakeholders and they have contributions to make as far as the party is concerned.
Mr. Oyelekon Akingbade, the National Legal Advisor of the Labour Party, thank you very much for joining us on the program, and thank you for those clarifications.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much. We'll take a short break and we'll come back and continue discussions now on this very topic. Don't go away, stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
All right, welcome back. Let's continue the discussion now on the crisis rocking the Labour Party, and now being joined on the program by the chief spokesperson of the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, Tanko Yunusa, who joins us from Abuja. Mr. Yunusa, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Tell us what your position is now on this crisis that is rocking your party.
Well, it is not a surprising thing, but I am much more disturbed with the fact that some people within the party allowed themselves to be used. These are credible people that I thought we were moving on the same narrative together.
When you say they allowed themselves to be used by who now?
Well, the opposition political party who are targeting our presidential candidate towards the reclaiming of his mandate as an interest of the Nigerian people who came out en masse to vote for him.
So you think this is basically about your presidential candidate? Because earlier I spoke with the National Legal Advisor of the Labour Party, and he completely denied that and made it very clear that they are very much in support of Peter Obi and that they are obedient, so to speak. So it's quite surprising to hear you say this is about the presidential candidate.
I doubt very much if he's being truthful with what he is saying, because those who are using them are targeting the presidential candidate. Let me give you a scenario. If you talk about the leadership of the party, which is of course a joint plaintiff on the court case, and then you are trying to destroy that particular fabric of the leadership of the party, who will that one affect? Definitely it will affect our case in the court of law. So that means it is targeted towards that particular presidential candidate.
I'm still struggling. I'm still trying to see. I just can't see any link between what you're saying now and your petition at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. It's difficult to see any connection.
But do you know that the presidential petition, the Labour Party is a joint plaintiff in that particular petition?
Yes, and I'm saying what has the present case got to do with that? What has the present problem in the party?
Because the leadership of the party is involved thickly into that particular case.
But then you also...
is the presenter of that particular case.
But as we speak, it's the deputy national chairman south of the party who has come in an acting capacity. So he's also part of the leadership of the party, isn't he?
But do you know that that one also leads onto a credibility crisis within the party itself?
And you think that? This could influence the case, the petition before the tribunal?
If not, the obedient people are not too focused and they believe in the cause. Do you know the damage that particular level will have had in this particular petition?
Okay, now,
of course it has.
Now, as I told you earlier, I spoke with the national legal advisor of the party, and I think it'll be good for you to take a listen to what he said, what the problem is. So I just want you to take a listen to him and then give me your reaction. Take a listen.
The restraining order did not remove the national chairman, Julius Abure. What the restraining order did was straight, restraining them from parading themselves because of what was brought before the court. And what was brought before the court was straight. Number one, documents that were forged by Abure and his cohorts. What are these documents? They withdraw a letter from the candidate who never withdrew. Fake affidavit from court, fake seal, fake receipts, fake TSA generated receipt were the document that was put together by Abure. And these documents were purported supposed to be the documents from the FCT High Court. So what we did was approach the FCT High Court and say, oh, in light of this forgery, can Abure continue to be the national chairman? And the court said, oh, you are restrained. During the police investigation, the candidate that was substituted eventually made a statement before the police, and that he paid 200 million in 4 installments, 50 million in 4 installments to the account of the national treasurer, So for onward disbursement to the other officers, which was actually disbursed, and other money was paid, totaling 400 million naira. This money was meant to be money for the party, but the money did not pass through the account of the party. The money actually exchanged hands, and other money that was paid in respect of the candidacy of that man.
So you heard the national legal advisor there. What have you got to say to that? Because this is something very serious. It's a serious allegation against the party chairman and other officials of the party. And if you ask me, it has nothing at all to do with your petition before the tribunal. And I think it just might be good for your party to resolve this and get to the heart of the matter.
Okay, let me make myself very clear. While I've listened very clearly to the position of the legal advisor, I am not contradicting whatever documents that they have against the national chairman. I'm not. And then at the same time, I like it when you just say there are serious allegations, which I take very serious myself, for this kind of humongous serious allegation. But as Democrats, this has to be proven in the court of law. And these are documents they need to present at the court of law. The judiciary had made its position known, and the court in Benin also had just made a pronouncement that they should stay action on whatever issues that they have, and then meet on the court on the 25th of April to really listen to this particular matter. And the truth said, there are internal mechanisms, to allude to the last position that you took, that there are internal mechanisms in the party that will have resolved this particular matter, not taking it to the public display or taking it to the court. And that is exactly where I have issues with this particular procedure.
Then let's face it, if there are serious allegations of forgery and, you know, that even involve the police investigating and all of that, don't you think it's serious enough to warrant the attention of the court, especially if the chairman, for instance, has refused to step aside?
That is, of course, if you have been able to deal with the issue within the party itself. Article 17 of the party, very clear. If you are to remove the chairman of the party, you must call a national convention for the sole purpose of removing the chairman of the party.
Let me state this very clearly. They have said that the chairman has not been removed. And even the court, the restraining order actually doesn't remove the chairman, which is true. It only asked him to cease parading himself as chairman of the party now, pending the determination of the case. So, and you know, the National Legal Advisor has made it very clear that this is not removal. and that in any case they have not contravened even the order of the court in Edo State that you talked about.
This is just a word, this is semantics, it's use of English. When you say somebody step aside from his office, does it mean that if he step aside from his office, would he be present in his office? Obviously no. Obviously no. So the fact remains that it is a removal in a way. Get out of the office, let us deal with the matter while you are out of the office.
Isn't there a difference between removal, for instance, and suspension? And somehow, what exactly does your party constitution say about, say, suspending a national chairman or a national officer? Does that require convoking a national convention?
I quote this Article 17 to you. You cannot contradict that. It is there in the constitution of the party.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
You cannot remove...
That's on removal, but I'm saying, what about suspension?
Of course, it has to deal with the disciplinary procedures for the chairman. It's there, it's contained. Removal or suspension is there in that particular constitution. You cannot until when you call for a national convention.
What do you make of these contradictory contradictory court orders now? So you have a court in the FCT issuing an order earlier, of course, and then later we had another court order from a high court now in Edo State. So court of coordinate jurisdiction. I'm just wondering, what order now stands?
Well, the order that stands is that of the order of the Federal High Court in Benin, saying, of course, that we can suspend, because all this particular matter, suspension or removal, all tally up to the same issue. So if you have an issue that you marry the two things together, you have an issue of forgery that you are alleging the chairman, presented to the court. So it is good that they also present themselves in the Federal High Court in Benin on the 25th so that they can marry these two things together and deal with the matter. Because it is how he has the chairman has the honors of proof of really defending himself at the court of law.
It doesn't bother you at all that the order of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory actually came first before that of Benin?
Yeah, because that goes, if it came first and then this one superseded.
No, you can't supersede. These are courts of coordinate jurisdiction. So it's not as if one court is higher than the other in this case. So the issue of one superseding the other doesn't arise at all.
Well, except of course if they are talking about different matter entirely. If they are, and I'm sure the chairman has his own legal team that will challenge that particular position as it were, because already he has a substitution announcement already been made on his own case in Edo State. So therefore, he has the particular pronouncement being made, and then this particular one, he can challenge it accordingly.
But certainly this is not good for your party.
Oh, sure. In other political realm, that is the reason why I said that it pains me to see that this particular individual could engage in such at this particular hour. There's no way you can convince me that if they meant well for the party, they couldn't have gone this far to go and get a court injunction to remove the chairman or suspend the chairman as the case may be. Also, to go as far as bringing police and other talks to break into the party secretariat and then issue a press conference. Even you yourself will believe there's another motive to this particular issue than just removal of the chairman.
Well, we'll just wait and see how this is eventually resolved. But it's no doubt at all, this is a grave allegation. The allegation that the chairman was paid 400 million naira to get a governorship candidate installed. I mean, it's...
We are a disciplined political party. A majority of us come from the Labour Congress. I'm a unionist. He is a unionist. The chairman himself is a unionist. So we have disciplinary procedures, and we are Democrats. As long as the chairman is being found wanting in any of this particular allegation, of course, he has to pay the price. Absolutely. So there's no ambiguity in that. But what we will not agree to is that probably somebody telling me that this particular issue was individually made in the interest of this particular party. Obviously, no. And if we are to ask questions, where did they get this humongous money to pay for a son? That is to tell you that somebody is paying that particular purpose of this particular, being paying them in this particular line of action.
Well, I guess the court will have to decide that. Thank you very much, Yunusa Tanko.
Oh, surely do so. And thank you
for coming on the program, and thank you for your time as always. Well, that's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Nigeria's economy in the first quarter of 2023 experienced some unprecedented upheavals, from the cash scarcity occasioned by the CBN's Naira redesign policy to the interest rate hike of 18%. The economic health of the nation has become more and more worrying. In its latest report, the National Bureau of Statistics disclosed that Nigeria's total public debt stock hit 46.25 trillion naira in the fourth quarter of 2022, growing by 4.96% in the quarter under review. Well, joining me to discuss this further is Segun Sopiton, Principal Partner at Woodridge and Scott Consulting. Thank you as always for joining us. Now, what do you make of CBN's hike in interest rate to 18%?
Well, thanks for having me. I had said in other public fora that increasing the monetary policy rate to 18% is not exactly a very good idea, even though one understands why they did it. But I had called for some caution with further increases in this rate, because the further you increase rates, the more you slow economic progress and growth down. The further you increase rates, the more you run the risk of stifling production, productivity, and all of that. The further you increase rates, the further you limit access to credit by sectors of the economy that need credit for them to grow. So yes, there's a need to moderate inflation, which increased further from February, from January to February. But I think that other policy measures need to come into play. We cannot continue to increase rates. It's notable that the number of basis points percentage increase, or number of basis point increase this time was reduced from 100 basis points to 50 basis points, which means that they are also realizing that they cannot continue to that very aggressive approach to the effort to tame inflation. But I think that, again, like I've said in the past, they need to stop now and look at other ways of tempering inflation. It's enough. Any further increases we honestly run the risk of pushing the economy, into a recession, especially when you factor in other developments, within the country in the last 6 months.
Now, in what ways will the interest rate hike affect investors and manufacturers?
Well, something interesting, so from an investment point of view, that increase just for a short while, a short-term diversion of interest of investment from the capital market was experienced. So institutional investors moved their monies away from the capital market, which caused a slight devaluation, if you like, or depreciation in the value of the stock market. But that will adjust itself. It should be a short term. For other players in the economy, the productive sector and all of that, like I said earlier, the challenge with this is there's going to be a constriction of credit because this mops up liquidity from the system within the banking system, and also because it increases the cost of access to credit. And that's not a good thing in a situation where we are still. Let's not forget that we're still pushing to achieve more robust growth within the economy. When you remember that our annual growth rate, population-wise, is above 3%, having a GDP that is trending below 3% is not growth. We are not growing. So we are supposed to be pushing for growth in the region of 5, 6, maybe 7% in the medium term, and above 10% in the long term. So we cannot pursue policies that mitigate growth.
Well, let's talk about the exchange rate now. How do you think the interest rate hike will affect this sector of the economy?
The factors that affect exchange rate, to a certain degree, maybe, it can be argued that by increasing interest rates, you reduce money supply in a way, and therefore reduce the pressure on the naira exchange rate. That is only a small segment of the factors that affect our exchange rates. So no, I don't think you will see any significant moderating effect that this would cause. The pressure points that drive the value of our naira down against the dollar are far more than just availability of money. It's just simply a case of demand to satisfy our consumption and importation needs. So no, I don't think that this is going to have much of an impact.
Now, the CBN has justified its policies, saying raising interest rates would help tackle inflation. Do you share the Apex Bank's sentiment and optimism?
The inflation that we have in Nigeria is more of cost-push inflation. It's inflation that is being driven by a number of factors that affect the cost of access to goods and services in the country. Logistic costs, security constraints, international supply chain challenges, all of those factors have played a role in driving us to where we are with inflation. So increasing the monetary policy rate by 500 basis points will not make much of a difference, in the inflationary pressures and trends that we are seeing. And I think that this point is already evidentially available to us. The central bank has increased the monetary policy rate now consistently this was the 6th MPC meeting that increased the monetary policy rate, and yet inflation has continued to go up. So it's clear that it's not working. And when it's not working, you should do something else. And I want to believe that the MPC will see this and they will change strategy.
Well, we'll take a breather now, but Money Matters will be back shortly. To stay with us. Welcome back to the program. If you're just joining us, I've been talking to Segun Sopiton, principal partner at Woodridge and Scott Consulting, on some of Nigeria's burning economic issues. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, the federal government is expected to scrap fuel subsidy by mid-2023. In what ways will this affect CBN's control of inflationary pressure?
Very, very clearly and very obviously, once you take subsidy out, what automatically happens is that a fundamental input into the productive activities of the country, the economy, will have its costs increase significantly by over 350%. The players, the stakeholders within that sector have told us, there was news that came out yesterday and this morning, that once subsidy goes, we should expect pump price of petrol to trend around between 700 to 750, maybe 800 naira per litre. When you bear in mind that as I speak now, the average pump price is about 200 naira, you realize that that is potentially up to a 400% increase in an item that is a significant proportion of the cost of businesses and the cost of individuals in this country. When you combine that with increasing interest rates and what that could do to the cost of goods, you can only see this resulting in very, very serious inflationary pressures. And I think that because of that, it is unlikely that the federal government will go ahead with this policy. And I want to strongly advise that they do not. There are fundamental issues that must be addressed before subsidy removal begins to make sense. We understand the arguments in support of subsidy removal, but it cannot be done in isolation of the fundamental reasons why importation of petroleum is pretty much 100% in terms of satisfying our local consumption needs. So ability to refine products locally, for example, must be addressed before you can talk about subsidy removal. Another thing that can be addressed is the corruption within the subsidy system. You know, if the government is able to fish out the people that are collecting subsidies without bringing any products in, then the subsidy volumes will go down. So removing the subsidies now without dealing with these issues will simply be transferring the costs of the inefficiencies of government to the citizens, and that will not be right. And as usual with nature, you know, there will be a reaction. So I would suggest that given the political climate now, a removal of subsidy at this time would be a calamitous error, and it should be avoided.
Well, many have also argued that the federal government must provide its citizens with necessary economic drivers to cushion the adverse effects of fuel subsidy removal. But will these palliatives, so to speak, have any real impact?
Look, the Minister of Budget and National Planning came out 2 weeks ago to categorically declare to the Nigerian public that the government has not even commenced any conversation around providing palliative measures, that they are not, it's not something that they're contemplating. So the intention of government as we speak now, except if something changes tomorrow, the intention of government is to take the subsidy out without making any arrangements to cushion the negative effects. You know, so I really don't understand what's driving this type of thinking. If you wanted to provide palliatives, you have to look at the cost components in the average Nigeria's say monthly spend, and look for a way to provide alternatives, either provide alternatives to those cost components or directly subsidize them, you know, which again begs the question, why remove the subsidy in the first place? So if you take the subsidies out, what have you done about mass public transportation, maybe trains or a larger availability of big buses that can move large numbers of people simultaneously, you know? What about the cost of food, which would also be impacted, you know, by subsidy removal? What about, there's so many other things that will be impacted directly by this thing, and the government ought to come out with a clear program that will deal with the short-term, very negative impact of increases in the cost of those items to Nigerians before they even talk about subsidy. But the Minister of National Planning has been very categorical that they are not making any such plans. So it remains to be seen how they want to navigate this very, very delicate matter.
Now, many thought leaders have argued that monies used for subsidy can be used for other important economic needs of the nation. How do you react to that argument?
I'm sure from everything I've said, you can see that I don't support subsidy removal. So that argument may look true on the face of it if you don't do a critical analysis and introspection. So the argument, for example, is that the subsidy bill for the 2023 budget, if it were to have been run for the entire year, will be around 6.7 trillion naira. In budgeting for only half of the year, the subsidy bill was 3.3 or 3.4 trillion naira, which means that, technically speaking, the government could be saving around 3-point-something trillion naira by no longer paying subsidy. And then the proponents of this argument will tell you that, for example, our debt service obligations in the 2023 budget stand at just about that 6 trillion naira threshold. So if you take subsidies out entirely, then that frees up money to, for example, service our debts. Of course, if you take subsidies out entirely, even if you are not servicing the debts, then you can deploy the money maybe into infrastructure projects, critical infrastructure in very critical sectors that would have an impact on the life of Nigerians.
Now, finally, before I let you go, the latest report on Nigeria's total public debt reveals a growth of 4.96%, hitting 46.25 trillion naira in Q4 2022. How serious is this development?
Look, I mean, there is absolutely no problem with a country having a high debt profile. Our problem is not the volume of debt. Our problem is that we do not generate enough productivity from that debt to create the cash flows required to pay that debt back. So we continue to pile up the debt, and our debt service to revenue ratio continues to get worse. As I speak now, our debt service to revenue ratio is already almost 100%. In other words, almost 100% of the revenues generated by the federal government goes into servicing of debt, and then we have to borrow more money to do everything else, including pay salaries. You know, that is our problem. It's not the debt in itself that's the problem, it's the application of debt. What activities are the government deploying this debt that we continue to pile up into, and how do those activities create enough productivity and revenue generating capacity or potential for the government to ensure that that increment in our debt profile will result in a commensurate increment in revenues. That is the challenge, and until we fix that challenge, we will continue to do this. I don't have any problem with us borrowing money. There is no problem in borrowing money, even though I also believe that there are better ways of financing some of the things that government finances with this debt. I don't think we've explored public and private partnerships adequately. I don't think we've adequately put in policy measures to attract private capital into the development space. So the debt is not the problem. It's what we do with the money.
Well, Segun Sopiton, Principal Partner at Woodridge and Scott Consulting, thank you as always for your insight. I need to wrap on the program. See you again next time. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
It's Palm Drive. You know, you don't need to own a car before you can comfortably move around or even feel like a boss. E-hailing services is bringing convenience to Nigerians for easy movement from one place to another. Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of Startups. I am Abisola Adebayo. Today, I'm in Port Harcourt, where I'll be speaking to the state's first indigenous e-hailing operator, Palm Drive.
When the concept came in, so when I looked at, first of all, looking at Port Harcourt, we have the same type of business in Lagos and Abuja, so we didn't have it here. So I was like, how do we have our own here? And I also want to make it indigenous, Nigerian-owned business. When we started, we didn't just, because I also studied around the challenges people were having in Lagos and Abuja, and we discovered that customer service was one of our keys. So we then, while starting Palm Drive as an e-hailing company, we also opened many opportunities for people to book ride and to call us. So we have a 24/7, from inception to date, we have a 24/7 customer service. You can call in and shout and get angry or talk to us, and we respond immediately and make sure you're happy. My name is Ezekiel Amefula. So I'm a train engineer. So I work and my background is quality, precision, consistency, commitment.
Besides Lagos and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Port Harcourt is arguably one of the busiest cities in Nigeria, with dozens of people coming into the oil-rich state on a daily basis. With this beehive of activities, easy movement becomes essential. A gap in the city's transportation sector was what first caught Ezieke's attention when he arrived to Port Harcourt in 2015. At this time, Nigeria was in a recession and hundreds of people had just lost their jobs. But while many were focused on the gloomy picture, Ezieke saw an opportunity.
Coming back to the country in 2015, and then looking at opportunities and looking at solutions, problem and solutions. So Port Harcourt, there was no ride-hailing company in Port Harcourt, and there's no on-demand company. So people were finding it difficult to move around. And also, 2016, when we actually launched, 2015-2016 was the height of global recession, and Nigeria was also affected, and Port Harcourt was also affected. So I thought it wise that this would be an opportunity to create a huge employment for people, because the ride-hailing business attract many people and give people opportunities. So that was when we launched it, and then people started coming in. I started something to provide a solution to our society so people can easily book ride and get safe cabs and safe drivers and reduce crime. It was also at the height of security issues in Port Harcourt. So this was one of the solutions that gave people faith to move around safely within Port Harcourt.
Determined to fill this gap, Ezieke began researching on e-hailing riding services. He started the blueprint of leading international companies like Uber and Bolt, and then launched Palm Drive in 2016.
When the concept came in, so when I looked at, first of all, looking at Port Harcourt, we have the same type of business in Lagos and Abuja, so we didn't have it here. So I was like, how do we have our own here? And I also want to make it indigenous, Nigerian-owned business thing. So I now went into the internet, started studying in the night, how do I launch it, the system, this model, what is required, the finance. So I made all of these studies all over the internet, and I got a lot of statistics that this is what can work, how is it going to work out, is it going to really solve the problem. So from that internet study, online study, I got enough confidence to now launch it. Then we have our own app. When we started, we didn't just, because I also studied around the challenges people were having in Lagos and Abuja, and we discovered that customer service was one of our keys. So we then, while starting Palm Drive as an e-hailing company, we also opened many opportunities for people to book ride and to call us. So we have a 247 from inception to date. We have a 247 customer service. You can call in and shout and get angry or talk to us, and we respond immediately and make sure you're happy.
But with these big brands to compete with, it decided to offer much more than safety and comfort. To this effect, Palm Drive conducts rigorous testing and training for drivers before employment.
Having worked over 12 years with the first world countries, with standard, I'm a very trained person on process, on standard. I work in a place where there's a usual word of cost of poor quality, so you don't want to give low quality and then you lose money for that. Process, standard, gaps, and we have to, the deliverables in the oil and gas industry is so massive that you have to deliver. With all of that, putting all of this together has been able to put us on the safer level to be a company to compete with in this area of the economy of the country. So precision and planning and process and thinking and support have put us together, and then we are able to stand out. Address and the customer service is there to provide address. So people have to bring their car here, inspect it. After inspect it, so they fill up 2 forms. All of them have to provide guarantors and all the other very important document to us, because we want to give the society is trust and we know the people we are dealing with. So after they fill out the form, they bring it out and we investigate all of those stuff, and then we invite them for training. So once we invite them for training, we train them. The day we train them is the day we configure them. You go online, you see the link, you hear about Palm Drive referral, you inspect your cars, you submit your document and credentials, we inspect and we call you for training, train you, then we assimilate you in. So far, we've trained more than 2,005 drivers with about 400 to 600 drivers online daily. So why 2,005 is that people train. Palm Drive, the e-hailing companies, people train. When they see opportunity, they go.
Between 2017 and 2018, Port Harcourt was a hotspot for kidnappers. This security challenge created a need for safe and trusted means of movement. Most rides on Palm Drive are booked via its mobile app, which captures basic information of both driver and passenger. The app allows you to track the movement of vehicle during each trip. These unique features have not only attracted customers to the e-hailing company, it has also kept them coming back. Jocelyn has been riding with Palm Drive for over a year, and she says affordability and quality of services is another reason why she remained with the company.
It's very simple. You just download the app and register just with your number. No money attached. It's free. The app is free. Then you just start by booking a ride, your location and a pickup, and 2 seconds they're there. Services are good. The drivers are good. Like they are well mannered. Yeah. And the price are not high. It's like our thing, you understand? It's just more like a regular cab that you just pick outdoor, but you have convenience. Yeah, the convenience is superb, and it's just good. It's good. I love Palm Drive. It's our own. It's our own. Like, you feel at home when you're in Palm Drive. You feel like, okay, this is mine.
For this customer, Palm Drive's effective customer services is the major attraction that has kept her glued to them for the past 3 years.
Palm Drive for me has been a miracle, I'd say, because aside from having the secure taxi service, having comfort and all of that, you could also complain. You can also lodge, complaints just like that. The app gives you features where you can give feedback and all of that. But what we've seen oftentimes is that people don't respond to those complaints. I've had to email, some other taxi companies, and they don't respond to that email. But Palm Drive is just a call away. It's not just a click away, it's also a call away. They're also a call away. So you can call, you can WhatsApp and say, okay, this is this. So the customer is literally king with Palm Drive.
Like many other businesses, finance remains a major challenge for Palm Drive, as the company has been self-funding for years and only recently started seeking support from investors. long routes and poor mapping of the city are other challenges facing the company.
We started asking for money early. We wanted to make sure that everything is done very well. We're able to run the business profitably. So because that, with the number of years we have spent, we would have been able to expand quicker and faster to other cities. But it's not late yet. We're still going to be able to do that right now. And then once we get investors, that will also help us. So finance has been one of our, investment has been one of our challenges. Right now in Port Harcourt, it doesn't have so much of shortcuts. And not having so much of shortcut, and now we have so many construction going around, so it's also quite difficult. And also, when we started, Port Harcourt was not really mapped, so we have to, the way it's done is mapping is done as you're moving, so it wasn't really done very well. So right now, the city is not really well mapped earlier on, but now they are getting used to it. The Google mapping and other kind of mapping is now very functional. So that's one. Mapping some location that is not on the map, ability to dictate it. So we have to, when that was also one of our challenges. We have to go inside and use another method of location to now help drivers locate exact places when clients book their ride. But right now, in a few months, the construction work will be over, and then we'll come back to normal, and drivers will be able to move around.
Currently, Palm Drive is only operational in Port Harcourt, but the company has a plan to expand to other parts of River State and every other city in the country, and also join the list of top e-hailing services on the continent.
Our vision is we want to be the top e-hailing and on-demand company in Africa. So we started with e-hailing, which is cars and all of that stuff. So right now we have a lot of some collaborations coming up, and also some other services that we are going to integrate very soon. So all of this stuff, we're going to push it that we become at least the top 3 in Africa. That should be maybe 2 to 3 years time. 2 to 3 years. So we hope to cover Nigeria in next maybe 2 years. So maybe in the 3rd year, then we start expanding. Also, all this depends on when we get funding. When we get funding, it will be easier to penetrate. We have the solutions and idea already, and our solutions, some of our solutions are not yet available anywhere. So they are very key, and we have tested all of them, and is what people want to really utilize. And we're going to put all of this together and then go with it.
The projection for e-hailing companies in Africa at large is massive. In 2020 alone, revenue from this sector in Africa is estimated to reach $2.5 billion, with Nigeria accounting for over 17% of this revenue. But the industry is not just stopping at providing convenience transportation for people, it's gone a step further to address unemployment issues in the country.
So if you happen to be in Port Harcourt and you need a safe and reliable means of transportation, you know who your plug is. Anyways, from Port Harcourt, my next stop is Lagos, where I'll be meeting with the CEO of AutoCheck, a company leveraging on technology to solve the challenges in the automotive industry.
AutoCheck is an automotive technology platform that basically on one end gives customers access. So we have an app, and on that app it gives customers who download and use the app the ability to, one, apply for fast and affordable car financing. So if you want to buy a car and you need financing support to your purchase, you can get that very rapidly approved. It also gives customers access to maintenance services. So if you have a car you want to maintain, do anything around your car, service, whatever, you also can get that service there, because we have various service providers. The third aspect as well is that if you want to buy cars, you have verified cars on the platform that come with warranties and maintenance contracts as well. So in a nutshell, it's an application that gives consumers the opportunity to manage their entire automotive life, using that application. My name is Eto Pipe. I'm the CEO of AutoCheck Africa.
Africa is widely regarded as the final frontier for the global automotive industry. With high growth prospects over the next decade, car sales are expected to grow across the continent despite prevailing economic conditions. This also corresponds with the increase in demand for support services. However, there is a range of existing challenges, including limited access to finance and an opaque marketplace. This means car owners and dealers do not always have the best experiences. But what many industry operators may consider a challenge, a startup company has identified as an opportunity. Having left Car45, a Nigeria-based automotive trading platform where he was co-founder and CEO in July, Itop Ipe says AutoCheck was born out of the need to disrupt an underutilized and untapped industry. It then decided to use technology to transform automotive buying and selling experience for consumers by creating a single marketplace for their automotive needs.
If I'm going to put my mind to doing anything, I want it to be something that can, one, affect a lot of lives positively, can create employment, can create youth empowerment, and it's one, we have Pan-African dreams. I want to do something that can really solve problems not just in Nigeria but across Africa. You know, that's the reason why we saw it. You know, automobiles are pretty much everywhere across Africa. You know, mechanics are everywhere. You know, this is a problem. Everybody needs financing to buy cars. Maybe only 3% of Nigerians will ever buy a home. So you see that a lot of people, the most significant purchase they'll make in their life will be a car. AutoCheck came to being because I saw so many problems that were in the industry. And the reality I saw was that there weren't problems that can be solved. You know, you can't just say you're going to solve the financing problem alone, or you're going to solve the maintenance problem alone. I saw that each of these industries support each other. So as someone who is providing financing, if you finance a car, you want to know that that car is being maintained properly. If you're a workshop and you want to service a car, you know, it's better for you if you're tied to a trading network of dealers. If you're a dealer, you want to ensure that, you know, when your customer has any problem, they can go to a reliable workshop to get their car maintained. And these were all the pieces that we saw that at the end of the day, these are the restrictions that are giving the market stagnation, and that's the reason why, you know, we saw it as an opportunity, and we decided to focus on solving that opportunity. So I'll say it's really it's been a learning curve, and really it's the realization that all these industries support each other, and that's really what gave birth to the fact that why don't we just focus on building a platform that various participants in the industry can ride on to do business much more efficiently.
AutoCheck can be referred to as a one-stop shop for everything automotive. On one end, AutoCheck has an app and website where consumers get access to loans, auctions, trade-ins, and maintenance. The other end is where automotive dealers have access to real-time car auctions, fleet management, and marketing support.
AutoCheck is an automotive technology platform that basically, on one end, gives customers access. So we have an app, and on that app, it gives customers who download and use the app the ability to, one, apply for fast and affordable car financing. So if you want to buy a car and you need financing support to your purchase, you can get that very rapidly approved. It also gives customers access to maintenance services. So if you have a car you want to maintain, do anything around your car, service, whatever, you also can get that service there, because we have various service providers. The third aspect as well is that if you want to buy cars, you have verified cars on the platform that come with warranties and maintenance contracts as well. So in a nutshell, it's an application that gives consumers the opportunity to manage their entire automotive life, using that application. And there's so much information and data that comes with that as well. So as you're using the application, it's also providing you with a lot of support around how best you can optimize your car life cycle. On the other end as well, so we've connected car dealers. So car dealers use our software to connect to our customers on our application. Financial institutions also use our technology products to access our customers that are applying for loans, and so the workshops use our software as well for running their garages. So that's how we connect two sides of the marketplace using our platform. And so really, that's in a nutshell. You can call it an all-in-one, one-stop shop for everything automobile.
With the few people that believed in the idea, AutoCheck kicked off operations in August 2020. And like every new business, especially starting in 2020, a year where the world recorded one of its worst economic decline and recession, AutoCheck definitely confronted lots of challenges, from failed product ideation to unsuccessful partnerships. These are parts of the challenges the startup encountered from inception.
I think challenges are part of business. Various types of challenges, from product ideation. You have something you've planned out. By the time we're developing the technology, we realize that it's not exactly panning out. Partnerships that you set up. So maybe there's a service provider that you thought was going to be able to do something. You're not able to meet the timelines that you want. Dealerships that want to come on board. Not everybody is really keen into it, as beautiful and realistic as it looks. Not everybody some people are still skeptics, so you can say there's skepticism in there around the product. Is it really going to work? I've talked about partners that we had, right? So you have an idea, we think we can create a solution for dealerships, for instance, or for workshops. But of course, you need those workshops to believe in it, to pay you for the service, to utilize the service. So one of the challenges, of course, is convincing people that your product, when you're starting out, when you don't have any, convincing them that yes, this product is actually going to be viable for them. So we had a large number of people that we thought, but going into the market, of course, that number we didn't see as much initial adoption as we would think. And so the challenges actually get more and more complicated over time. They get more difficult to surmount. So I think that everything that you want to do, challenges are more or less preparing you for your next stage of growth. So I welcome them, and I think that at the end of the day, behind every challenge that you solve, you've actually learned something that you used to apply in the business in the future.
Through acquisition of Checky, a platform based in Ghana and Nigeria, which offers state-of-the-art advertising medium for users to buy and sell their cars, AutoCheck entered the market aggressively by transferring Checky's customer base and popularity in the market. AutoCheck is now competing with top automotive companies like TrueCar and AutoTrader.
AutoCheck started in 2020. We've just launched. Although one of the things that we did was that we acquired Checky. Checky was a business that had been in Nigeria and in Ghana for the last 10 years. So one of our ways to go into the market much more aggressively was through the acquisition of Checky, which you would say extended our life cycle. So if you look at it from that perspective, we've been in business for 10 years. Although we have a customer base that is 10 years old, but we are serving them a new product in a new way. When we launched our application, within 3 days, we hit our first 1,000 downloads. So that was also very exciting for us as well.
On the news tonight, Peter Obi lacks right to contest my victory, Tinubu tells tribunal. 7 persons injured, 1 likely trapped in Banana Island building collapse. And federal and state governments spend over 50 billion naira out of 400 billion naira for poverty reduction projects.
Hello and welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Folashade Ogrinde. President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu has queried the right of the Labour Party candidate Peter Obi to challenge his victory. In his response to the petition filed by Obi and the Labour Party, Tinubu argued that the former Anambra State government was not a lawful member of the Labour Party as of the time he contested on the party's platform and lacks the locus standi to challenge the outcome of the exercise. The president-elect also contended that the reliefs being sought by the petitioners are not only incompetent but also ungrantable. He also faulted the claim by the petitioners that Tinubu's running mate Kashim Shettima was not qualified to stand for election in view of his alleged double nomination. Well, no fewer than 7 persons have been rescued from the rubble of a 7-story building that collapsed on Wednesday on First Avenue in the Banana Island area of Ikoyi, Lagos. According to some eyewitnesses, construction workers were performing their daily tasks in the building that had been under construction for months when it suddenly caved way around 4:58 p.m. The workers were said to be working on the 6th floor and were trying to lay the 7th floor when the building collapsed. Our correspondent, Simsala Adigun, has more details in this report.
A barricaded entrance and tight security. This was the scene that greeted journalists who arrived at the estate of the building collapse in Banana Island, Lagos. On Wednesday, a video capturing the moment a 7-story building caved in went viral, joining a long list of building collapses recorded in the state.
Who brought you in?
Journalists, however, were prevented from entering the estate where the incident happened, which according to the security officials was based on established protocol. Drama ensued between the chief executive officer of the estate and journalists who resisted the protocol when they began trooping in.
Let them shoot. They want to shoot.
It took the intervention of the Chief Executive Officer of the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, Femi Osoyintolu, to calm the tension.
Gentlemen, there is no problem here.
I can block you.
We've been working with the people in here, and there is no problem. You can come and see what we've been doing.
Okay, let's go.
Give us time. You will go on scene. Just calm down.
The collapsed building, contracted to Joe Faraday Limited, is one of 4 high-rise structures under construction. The other 3 9 stories are still standing.
After about 5 hours of being kept outside, we're finally here in the premises of the building collapse in Banana Island. As you can see behind me, rescue operations are ongoing. Officials are on ground trying to get into the rubble of the building, at least to try and rescue people who are possibly trapped underneath.
Addressing the journalists at the scene of the incident, Osoyintolu said all efforts are being put into the search and rescue operation.
The life side was divided into 4 quadrants. Now, and we checked each of the quadrants with our DELSA, and we did not locate anybody under the debris with our DELSA. However, because we are professionals and meticulous about what we are doing, we are using a hammer and excavator with cranes together. We started moving from one layer to another. And during this emergency response, we are able to rescue 7 people alive. Those people that were rescued were treated on the spot and discharged. It's only one that was taken to a private hospital where he's receiving adequate treatment.
The special advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Special Duties and Intergovernmental Relations said an integrity test will be conducted on the other buildings to prevent another collapse.
Upon getting to the scene, we realized that the building had come down. Our Lasambos were already on ground by the time I personally got here. In terms of fatalities, which you asked, as of this moment, we have not recorded any fatalities as of this moment. We are here, our equipment are here. What we are trying to do now is to see how we can go through the rubbles very quickly to see if, and indeed, there are any fatalities that we can recover as the case may be.
The Banana Island building collapse in Lagos on Wednesday adds to a long list of building collapses recorded in the state in recent times. In 2022 alone, the state recorded 20 incidents of building collapse. Sinisola Adigun, TV360, Lagos.
The Steering Committee on the National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy has disclosed that only 50 billion naira, out of the 400 billion naira approved in 2022 for the reduction of poverty and growth enhancement in the country has been expended by both the federal and state government. The co-chairman of the committee and governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, made this known while speaking with State House correspondents after the meeting chaired by Vice President Yemi Osinbajo at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. Sule, who spoke in company of the Minister of Budget and National Planning Clem Agba and Agriculture Mohammed Abubakar, also said the project was a national one and not restricted to states. The meeting of the Steering Committee on National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy was inaugurated by President Muhammadu Buhari in June 2021.
The meeting of the Steering Committee, on National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy. The committee that was inaugurated by Mr. President in June 2021. And if you remember also in July 2022, the same steering committee being chaired by the Vice President sat down and reviewed a presentation by the Technical Working Group, which is chaired by the Honorable Minister of State, Budget and Planning, as well as myself as the co-chair. So we presented, the approval of the 400 billion naira and the distribution of how it will be spent. So today we just came to review the implementation, and the update of the spending so far, and also approval for this year's spending for the same committee. So that's really what just happened. This is not a governor thing. It is actually a national project, where Mr. President, based on the advice, recommendation actually of the Presidential Economic Advisory Committee and the Office of the SGF, make a recommendation for this particular committee to be formed. So it's a national thing. It's not for any particular state. Now, based on that, and the recommendation that was made, and from what we received from the chairman of the Technical Working Group, over 50 billion has been spent so far. So the performance so far is low, is not yet where we expect to go, but nearly every aspect of the 15 areas where the spending will be carried out, Ministry of Social Development, Ministry of Agri, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Water Resources, and the Ministry of Finance and National Planning as well. So every one of them has some kind of implementation, one after another.
Let's now head back to the story on the building collapse in the Banana Island area of the state. And I have joining me for more insight into the development is Omolola Adetono, the past National Vice Chairman of Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. Thank you very much for joining me. Now, it's worrying how incidents of building collapse has become a new normal in Lagos. But could you tell us where we're getting it wrong in the state? Why do we have this increasing and recurring spate of building collapse in the state?
Good evening. How are you today? And thank you for having me on this program. It's really sad, I must say, that this news keeps coming up. It was just in September 2022, barely how many months ago, that the Gerard building came down, and now this around the same location. It's really sad, and we wish everyone a heartfelt feelings. But really, what are we doing wrong? Where are we going wrong? This collapse has brought a lot of complaints complaints, discussions, simulation analysis, and so much within us, the civil engineers. And we're wondering, what exactly are we doing wrong? Just yesterday, the GM for Labscar Architects, okay, was also there and advised that all professionals, the professional bodies, individuals should go to that side and see what we can do to analyze the structure. We are suggesting a forensic study of what happened. Let's even check also the surrounding buildings. There are about 4 cluster of 4 similar buildings together, and one of them went down, and it is really sad and an unhappy moment for each and every one of us in the built environment. We seem not to be getting it right. We need to do something. We have professionals. We have the Nigerian Society of Engineers, which is the body governing all the segments of engineering. We also have the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, current, which we feel that should stand in this gap now. We talked about them putting out approval stages for all our projects, pre-construction approvals, construction approvals, post-construction approvals, and the R&D research and development section, which could give feedbacks to the tertiary institutions on what they are giving out to developing these young minds. It's a lot of work, but it's doable. We can't keep looking at it. When a building goes down, everybody is asking, who is the engineer on site? What did he do wrong? Didn't he see this? Didn't he check that? Did he do quality control assurances? Didn't he carry out unnecessary tests? But this, even if he had, what happened? The stories we're hearing is that the concrete tank actually ran into one of the columns. So we did some simulation analysis and felt that at what force did it enter the column that led to the collapse of the 7-story building, and it's really, really sad and terrible. I was at the site this morning, but I wasn't granted access. I think it's just for security reasons so that nobody gets on. So I understand the red tape has been drawn and the people are not allowed to go into the site anyhow, because I wanted to see really what actually happened. Is it something we can see physically? Of course not. But we just wanted to see, maybe from seeing it, we could actually extract some deductions. But really, we need government interventions. We need professional bodies to stand in the gap. And let's take up what is wrong. Current as ERM, we have a lot of professionals that are elderly, that are intelligent, and that knows the onions very well. So we're asking that they need to
and we're hoping that relevant stakeholders listen to experts like you and pick one or two advice. But thank you very much for your time. Omolola Adetono Pass, National Vice Chairman of Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. Thank you very much for your insight. The Senate sustained the indictment of former Accountant General of the Federation, Hamad Idris, over the payment of 74 billion naira as social benefit without breakdown in the 2016 budget. The Auditor General of the Federation in the 2016 report had raised concern over the payment of 262.4 billion naira as social benefits against 188 billion naira provided for in the budget, resulting in an extra budgetary payment of 74 billion naira without breakdown. When the representative of the Accounts General appeared before the Senate's Public Accounts Committee to respond to the query, the Accountant General accepted the observation of the Auditor General. The committee therefore recommended to the Senate that the Accounts General should fund 74 billion naira in line with financial regulation. The only female aspirant in the race for the speakership of the 10th House of Representatives, Miriam Unoha, has urged the federal government to declare a state of emergency on the dwindling number of women in the parliament for equity and inclusivity. The lawmaker who is representing Okigwe North, the Imo State, made a call in Abuja during a declaration of interest for the office of Speaker of the 10th Legislative Assembly. She says, "I imagine the Speaker will usher in pragmatic solutions to the current challenges of national cohesion, as well as preferring a new legislative agenda for addressing the current issues of the nation's dwindling economy."
Something drastic, something deliberate has to be done to ensure that the number of women participation in politics is increased. We are all aware that the last election witnessed low turnouts. Low turnout owing to the fact partly that women who largely control the votes might have been cut out, owing to the fact that there is poor inducement of their fellow women to vote. And even with the small numbers that came out, over 60% of the voters have been proved to be women. How best and how else can this teeming Nigerian female voters be rewarded, if not by electing a woman on the presiding seat of the National Assembly and the House of Representatives, in particular, as to be a thank you for standing in the sun, for standing in the rain, for daring the daredevils, for daring those who said there will be no election, whereas women came out in their numbers to give everybody vote, including the men. It is not possible for a man to speak for us on issues that bother women when we have credible and qualified women like myself. I am ranking. I am also of the All Progressives Congress. I qualify and I suitably am able to ice all men on this contest. And like you are aware, in almost all about 90 positions of this country, the men have dominated it. Ceding this one position to me will be a way of proving that we are running an inclusive government.
We'll take a break here, but still to come. Federal government targets $500 million in cashew exports for 2023. We'll bring you details of the story and more right after this break. Welcome back. Now here is a recap of our top stories tonight. President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu has queried the right of the Labour Party candidate Tito Obi to challenge his victory. In his response to the petition filed by Obi and the Labour Party, Tinubu argued that the former Anambra State governor was not a lawful member of the Labour Party as of the time he contested on the party's platform and lacks a local standing to challenge the outcome of the exercise. Mr. told that no fewer than 7 persons have been rescued from the rubble of a 7-story building that collapsed on Wednesday on First Avenue in the Banana Island area of Ikoyi in Lagos. According to some eyewitnesses, construction workers were performing their daily tasks in the building that had been under construction for months when it suddenly caved in around 4:58 p.m. But in case you missed any of our news bulletin, for more updates, you can catch us online at Sport TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. Variant dubbed Arcturus has been found in the UK amid growing concern about its rapid spread. The Omicron subvariant is causing havoc in the country, where cases have surged 13-fold in the last month. UK's Health Security Agency on Thursday confirmed that it is present in the country, and they are currently on the 100 confirmed cases. It comes after a recent spike in India, which saw confirmed case numbers of the variant rise in a single day. The U.S. and Cuban officials have started discussing migration issues as the Biden administration braces for the end of COVID-era border restrictions that have blocked Cubans in recent months from crossing into the United States from Mexico. After Biden adopted more restrictive border security measures in January, the number of Cubans and other migrants caught at the border plummeted. However, the Biden administration is preparing for a possible rise in illegal crossings, with COVID restrictions at the U.S.-Mexico border set to lift on May the 11th. We'll take a break now and be back with more stories in business. To stay with us.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Simi Saladigun joins us now for more stories in business. Over to you, Simi.
Thank you very much, Folashade. Welcome to Business News. The Nigerian government has announced that it is targeting cashew exports from $252 million to $500 million in 2023. This is according to a statement by the Executive Director, CEO of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Ezra Yakusak. He disclosed that Nigeria exported 315,677 metric tons of raw cashew nuts worth in 2022. He, however, disclosed that Nigeria's cashew export trade was largely hampered by non-adherence to food safety standards, lack of traceability, low yield per hectare, poor practices, and aging trees, among others. We'll take a short break here and return with stock market update. To stay with us. Investors on the Nigerian Stock Limited generated low returns as the market furthered its losing streak by 0.02% on Thursday, erasing gains of previous day's trading. The all-share index and market capitalization also decreased to 51,994 basis points and 28.3 trillion naira amid persistent gaps on the buy side of trading. Leading the league of 21 laggards are May and Baker Nigeria and Multiverse Mining and Exploration, with a combined 6 naira 36 kobo loss. Now, at the close of trading on Thursday, 108 NGX listed equities exchanged to 302 million volume of shares valued at over 2 billion naira in 3,743 deals. Now, moving on to our select foreign stocks, it's all round positive trading. Now, as you can see here, the UK's FTSE, US Dow Jones and Japan's Nikkei are all in the bulls. Well, that's our stock report. Folashade, back to you.
Well, many thanks, Simisala, for that update. On the foreign scene, US President Joe Biden has arrived Dublin on Thursday to hold talks with Irish political leaders in this homeland before a set piece address to the country's parliament. Biden was the second Catholic president in US history, met Irish head of state Michael Higgins at his official residence before talks with the Prime Minister. In his talks with Irish leaders on Thursday, Biden is expected to discuss a number of global issues, including the war in Ukraine. Well, up next is Entertainment Report on News Now.
A short film inspired by the Boko Haram abduction of Chibok girls in 2014 will start streaming on April 14, 2023. The movie follows a seemingly ordinary day for 15-year-old Musa, a school student whose life forever changes following a bus encounter with a young girl. The film also confronts the unsettling truth about the mass adoption of children in Nigeria and a timely reminder of the country's most infamous terror event, Boy Meets Girl, produced by Adnan Mohammed Ali and Konaj Johnson Omodaigbe, has won the award for Outstanding Experimental Film at the 2021 Abuja International Film Festival. Following the recent engagement between Nini and Saga, former housemate of the popular Nigeria reality TV show Big Brother Naija, Saga has recently made a U-turn on his previous claims that his engagement to fellow ex-housemate Nini was just a skit. Saga in an interview revealed that he's not that idle to just propose in order to make people laugh. He noted that he proposed to Nini in December following a brand engagement for a wine company. He also pleaded with his supporters, fans and Nigerians in general to respect his fiancée and him so that they could live their lives in private. That's it on the entertainment segment of News Now.
And in sports, Kylian Mbappe has said he will still be a Paris Saint-Germain player next season, despite regular speculation over his future. As the French superstar also admitted he hopes to play for his country at the 2024 Paris Olympics. Mbappe's comments come a week after he complained over the club's use of an interview with him as part of their season ticket advertising campaign before the club removed the footage. The 24-year-old signed a new contract with PSG at the end of last season to keep him at the Qatar-owned club until 2025. The French media reports have indicated that the deal is optional and down to the player. And that's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.